Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education for April 18th, 2023, and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 6 on the closed session portion of the agenda. At this time, I'd like to call for public comment on the closed session items. Mr. Superintendent, do we have any blue slips?
We do not.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:04 PM and announce that the board met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.1, subsection A, paragraph 2. The board provided legal counsel The board provided legal counsel direction to initiate litigation. The vote was unanimous. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. I'm going to read you some public comment information. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comments by the board will be limited, with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment per item. Time limitations are at the discretion of the president of the Board of Trustees. Public comments may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Please note that if public comments are about items not appearing on the posted agenda, the board cannot take action or discuss the public comment other than to briefly acknowledge it. Public comment may be made on all items that are on the board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Please note that the board may comment and ask clarifying questions on board agenda items. Individuals may not defer their time to another speaker to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. The guidelines for in-person public comments and participation can be found on the table outside of the boardroom and on the district's website. Please be mindful that students are watching and indeed participating. You're encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel safe, welcome, and valued. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, the board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. The board president may call a recess at any point during the meeting. With that, the first item on our agendas is always the Pledge of Allegiance. And today I'm going to call on Jamie Pierce and Daniel Denton, and my colleague, Mr. Vargas, is going to share some information with us about them. Please come on up.
Wonderful. As usual, we've got some comments for you guys ahead of the pledge. Harriet Eddy Middle School is honored to recognize two important members of our school community and true partners in service to our students, Mr. Jamie Pierce and Mr. Daniel Denton. Mr. Pierce is a youth pastor at River City Church in Elk Grove and has been involved in every secondary campus during the past 5 years. Mr. Pierce and his wife, Estora, have 6 children in total, 2 that have attended Harriet Eddy Middle School. Mr. Daniel Denton is active in the Fellowship of Christian Athletes and works with Mr. Pierce to connect with our students each month through engaging lunchtime activities, sports, and consistent presence on our campus. Mr. Pierce and Mr. Denton love to engage with Elk Grove students and help students break down walls and encourage students to find a platform to launch to success. Mr. Pierce and Mr. Denton, along with the FCA, have supported our teachers by providing gift baskets and lunch on teacher in-service days. Both strive to bridge the gaps between Elk Grove's faith-based communities, the schools, and our small businesses together to give our students the greatest chance of success in life. Our Harriet Eddy community is grateful for the positive presence these two important people bring to our campus each month and love that they are always so willing to step in and help. We thank you for your service and dedication to our students, teachers, and the greater Elk Grove community.
So whenever you're ready.
Pledge salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you can just wait for us down there 1 second while Mr. Vargas makes his way down there. Thank you. And I neglected to welcome and thank Ms. Norma Gillis, principal of Harriet Eddy Middle School. Thank you. So next up, we're going to begin our presentations and recognitions. Our student regional report today is from the Pleasant Grove region, and it includes students from Pleasant Grove High School, Catherine Albiani Middle School, Arnold Adriani Elementary, Edna Beatty Elementary, Cosumnes River Elementary, C.W. Dillard Elementary, Robert J. McGarvey Elementary, Pleasant Grove Elementary, Sierra Enterprise Elementary, and Sunrise Elementary. I'd like to call the student representatives at this time. You can begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Good evening, President Chairs Espinoza, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and Miss Avalos. My name is Colin Boding Woods, and I am an 8th grader at Catherine L. Albiani Middle School.
And my name is Juliet Kroll. And I'm in 6th grade at Edna Beatty Elementary School. We are here tonight to tell you what it's like to be a student at the schools in Pleasant Grove region.
The last two years of middle school have been an adventure. At first, I struggled a bit at the beginning, but then I started walking out of the dark and into the light, making my best effort to make friends. As Vivian Green said it best, life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning how to dance in the rain.
The overall themes and expectations of our school, be safe, be respectful, be responsible, will help anyone get through the storms. And we know that these are our schools. We all belong here. We all find our people to dance with us in the rain. We hope you enjoy our presentation, and you too. Know that all are welcome in the Pleasant Grove region.
We would now like to introduce first grade students from Arnold Adriani Elementary School.
You can go sit down until the Willy Wonka
Great job, Wild Hawks. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sierra Enterprise Elementary School.
Good evening. My name is Archie Garcia, and it is my friend Marciano Rosso. We wanted to tell you about the fun times we had at 5 Cents Saturday.
5 Census Saturday was last Saturday on April 15th. It is a celebration of Autism Awareness Month and how different students learn.
5 Cents Saturday showed a lot of the tools we learn with and how we have fun when we learn too.
Some of the things we played with were magnetized and Legos. It might look like we're just having fun, but we're also thinking like engineers and learning how machines work.
We also played with modeling doughs and rice bins. While it may look like we're looking for plain or fun prizes, we're really starting to think like artists and learning how to calm ourselves down when we need a break.
My favorite thing from 5 Cents Saturday was a Lego and water beads. I was able to make a machine with wheels like a car.
My favorite things from 5 Cents Saturday was playing with the Orbeez and Connect sound. It was nice and calm. I also had fun with the 2 egg hunts we had.
We also had so many people that came to visit and help. Student volunteers from Valley High School and community volunteers from the Chinese Emmanuel helped us with all the fun games. Mr. Forcinia from the board game came to visit too. Also, nobody had to pay thanks to thanks to help from Valley Kiwanis, and it was nice to see everyone come together.
We had so much fun. We wanted to bring each board members our 5 cents a Saturday in a bag. We put in connects and collect magnetiles, paint sticks, play form Legos, and even a snack. We hope that you each find something that helps you with your learning, and maybe you will find you want to be an artist or engineer too.
Thank you so much for listening. Now we would like to introduce Luke Spencer and Riley Cook from the Pleasant Grove High School.
Students, that black button will move that podium up if you need to move that microphone closer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Olson, and I am here to talk about and represent the red carpet dance. Before introducing my two very lovely guests, I wanted to discuss what red carpet is briefly. Red carpet is a dance for special needs students throughout the Elk Grove Unified School District. We have two of our students here. First is Riley Cook, a student from Pleasant Grove High School, and her date, Luke Spencer, and red carpet attendee. And they're here to talk about and share their experiences from the night of the dance.
Hello, I'm Riley, and as Natalie mentioned, I also helped set up and plan the red carpet dance, and I also had the privilege of having Luke as my date for the red carpet dance. And so I met Luke through a program that I help run at PG called the Social Group, and it consists of a group of students from our associated student body, and we go into these special ed classrooms and we just socialize with them. We play board games, we do arts and crafts, we've made bracelets, and we really get to know them. And the more we get to know them, the better we can tailor the dance to help them feel more comfortable. So the star of our red carpet dance was Luke to share about some of his experiences. So Luke, what was your favorite part of red carpet?
So one of my favorite red carpet dance was dancing with my very own Michael Jackson's glove. And also taking pictures with Riley.
Yes. So there was a photo booth and there was a lot of songs so you could dance to Michael Jackson. What was your favorite song there?
So one of my favorite songs at the red carpet dance was Anti-Hero by Taylor Swift.
Nice. And was there anything to eat there?
Yes, I ate lettuce there.
There were options. There were hamburgers, there were chips, but what did you like to eat?
Lettuce.
Lettuce. What did you wear to the dance?
I wear a tuxedo and a purple tie.
And your glove, right?
Yeah.
For sure. And did you meet anyone new?
So yeah, two. When I first met Riley for the first time, she was in the ASB and same thing to Natalie.
Thank you guys for listening to two of our guests at the red carpet dance. We've been planning since August of 2022, so it was amazing to see it come into fruition. So thank you guys.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Henson, and I'm excited to be here with some of the cast from our musical at Sunrise Elementary School, Willy Wonka Jr., where we had 74 4th through 6th grade students performing in February. Tonight, they're going to show you two songs. We're going to do two songs for you tonight.
Thank you for your time, folks. We hope you've enjoyed our regional presentation and you understand how amazing it is to be a student in the Pleasant Grove region. Thank you.
Amazing performance, students. Great job. Does that conclude our presentation or is there more? I believe that concludes the presentation. So congratulations and thank you to the students for their reports and performances. I also want to introduce the following principals. Ms. Tegan Keplinger from Pleasant Grove High School. Not sure if they're still in the room. Bree Bahar from Catherine Albiani Middle School. Julie Hughes from Arnold Adriani Elementary. Mr. William Jones from Edna Beatty Elementary. Michael Blomquist with Cosumnes River Elementary School. Sandra Wiest with C.W. Dillard Elementary School. Robert Aikman with Robert J. McGarvey Elementary School. Deidre Wood from Pleasant Grove Elementary. Patricia Hecht with Sierra Enterprise Elementary. And Martin Hawk with Sunrise Elementary School. Students are dismissed. I also should congratulate the parents, educators, and everybody else involved in supporting these fantastic students. Thank you. Going to let traffic move out a little bit. Our next item is the athletic recognition of our winter CIF champions. While folks are moving through, Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
No, Madam President, we do not have any blue cards for this item.
Okay. I'm going to call on Mr. Chad Schweitzer, who will be assisted by my colleague, Ms. Gina Jamerson, for these recognitions.
Still awfully busy out there. Good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. We're here tonight to present our winter CIF Sac Joaquin section champions and our masters champions in wrestling. Over 200 schools competed this year in the Sac Joaquin section, and all of our wrestlers were crowned masters champions. I'd like to begin tonight by introducing the Elk Grove High School wrestling coach, Pat Coughing. Thought I had the thumbs up.
We understand there's a little bit of traffic out
Yeah.
there.
That aren't here. All right, here we go. Introduce once again, Mr. Pat Coughing. He's the coach of the Elk Grove High School wrestling program. And Coach Hoffing has on his coaching staff, Nick Jordan and Kyle Baird. And this year, Coach Coughing has 3 wrestlers who all won the Sac Joaquin Section Masters Championship in their respective weight classes that was held down in Stockton Arena a few months ago. First, we have Nolan Frank. Nolan won first place for the 2nd consecutive year in the 220-pound class. He defeated his opponent from Pittman 1-0 in the final match. Next up is Octavio Negrete. Octavio won first place in the 113-pound class by defeating the Folsom opponent 6-4 in the final match. And lastly, from Elk Grove, we have Bianca Pasole. And Bianca won first place by pinning her opponent in just the first minute and 47 seconds to win her first national championship. Next, from Monterey Trail, I'd like to introduce head coach Evan Walker. And Monterey Trail had one wrestler win the section masters, and that is Elizabeth Reynaga Nunez. And Elizabeth won her masters by beating Bella Vista 3-0 in the final match.
Parents, supporters, you're welcome to come up to the front of the room to take pictures. Just going to need our honorees to get a little closer.
Congratulations to all of our Masters champions. And next up, we have the Franklin High School women's soccer team, and represented tonight by head coach Aaron Salamo. All right. And Aaron's assistant coaches are Phil Welbrock, a few aren't here, so we'll start naming our athletes. We have Malia Bona and Natalie Cervantes. Lauren Freshour. Annalise George. Nicole Morris. Sydney Pashan. Jaden Paul. LJ Rogers. And Sinai Rogers. Addison Cease. And Brooke Welbrock. Our Franklin soccer team this year went 19-4-3 on the way to winning the Sac Joaquin Division I section championship this year. In the playoffs, they beat River City 1-0, Pleasant Grove after a 1-1 tie in the shootout. They beat Rockland 2-1, and finally McClatchy High School 4-0 in the championship game. Congratulations, ladies.
Thanks. And again, parents, supporters, you're welcome to come up to the front of the room to take a picture. Congratulations, Wildcats. Next, we're going to move on to our resolutions. We have, I believe, 5 today. Yes, we do. First is the recognition of the Day of the Teacher. I'm going to call on Ms. Lisa Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom today.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to very slowly call on Ms. Jamerson to ask if there are any blue cards for this item.
Madam President, there are no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, fellow colleagues and community. It's my pleasure to introduce and request the board to adopt Resolution 66, 2022 and 23, recognizing May 10th, 2023 as the Day of the Teacher in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Every year, thousands of communities will take time out on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 to honor their local educators and to acknowledge the contributions they make to our lives. While it certainly takes many people to make a school succeed, National Teacher Day focuses on the teachers who work to make public schools great places for students to succeed in life. With that, it is my pleasure to ask the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education to approve the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 66, recognizing May 10th, 2023 as the Day of the Teacher in Elk Grove Unified.
So moved.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna take a move from Ms. Albion.
I'll second it.
Second from Mr. Bettis. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Next resolution is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
No, Madam President, we do not have any blue cards for this
Thank
item.
you. Ms. Donnell Black, we're ready for you.
Good evening, Madam President, Chair Espinoza, Mr. Track, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I come before you to request the adoption of Resolution 73, recognizing May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Asian Pacific American Heritage Week began in 1978 when President Jimmy Carter signed a joint resolution designating this as an annual celebration. In May of 1990, the recognition was expanded further when George H.W. Bush designated May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. May was chosen to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7th, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10th, 1869. The majority of the workers who laid the tracks were Chinese immigrants. Throughout the year, the contributions of Americans with Pacific Rim heritage are presented in the regular curriculum. However, this special focus for 1 month serves as a reminder of the combined contributions of this group. The celebration of the Asian Pacific American community is important as we continue to still see anti-Asian sentiment nationwide due to xenophobia and racism related to the global pandemic. In support of this resolution, this year, Curriculum and Professional Learning will facilitate a district-wide virtual workshop, AAPI Cultural Legacies, through art and music on May 4th at 4 p.m. and again, due to popularity, on June 28th at 6 p.m., which will support participants in recognizing, valuing, and promoting diversity. Currently, there's over 125 EGUSD employees registered for each of those virtual trainings. So I come to you to request the adoption of Resolution 73.
Love to hear that there's support for a demand for additional trainings. Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 73, designating May 2023 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Yeah, I will be honored to move this motion, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Black, and I
Can I
think
make
you-
a quick remark?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
It is with honor to hear that our school district is adapting this resolution again for this coming May to honor the Asian Pacific American heritage in this great nation. And Asian Americans is no different from all Americans who are all immigrants from the start. And with that said, our contributions in many arenas, just farming, just railroads and so forth, has made American a more vibrant country and a better country for all of us. And just a great honor to be a part of this rich history, this great nation, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next resolution is Physical Fitness and Sports Month resolution. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Black.
In addition to Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, I come before you to request the adoption of Resolution 72, recognizing May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month. This resolution recognizes the central role of physical education and sports in creating a healthy lifestyle for all children in the Elk Grove Unified School District. The President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition recognizes May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month, and its mission is to invoke a call to action to recognize the value and importance of having physical activity and physical education in the lives of kids and adults. Campaigns like this one help to reactivate our interest in physical activity and sports. Fitness and sports are not only good for our physical health, they also improve the quality of our lives overall. Experts agree that even small amounts of physical activity can make a significant difference in a person's physical and mental health. For example, it can reduce the risk of chronic diseases, blood pressure, and anxiety while improving sleep, among other health benefits. Additionally, participation in sports teams and physical activity clubs can improve grade point averages, school attachment, educational aspirations, and the likelihood of graduation. Higher physical fitness achievement is associated with better school attendance rates and fewer disciplinary incidents involving drugs, alcohol, violence, and truancy. Parents and guardians can help by modeling the very behaviors we want to see in young children. If parents and guardians exercise and set an example, their kids will likely embrace similar habits. If families emphasize physical playtime on the weekends, kids will be more likely to get involved in sports activities without pushback. In support of this resolution, Curriculum and Professional Learning will partner with local city parks and rec programs, along with physical education teachers, to develop a list of recommendations for how families can be physically active in the summer months. So I humbly request the adoption of Resolution 72, recognizing May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month.
Thank you, Ms. Black. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 72, designating May 2023 as Physical Fitness and Sports Month.
I move approval, resolution 72.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Black.
Thank you.
Our next resolution is for National Foster Care Month. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Mr. Don Ross.
Good evening, Madam President, Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here tonight to present Resolution 70, recognizing National Foster Care Month. May is National Foster Care Month, and this year's theme is strengthening minds and uplifting families. Families, public and private agencies, community organizations, and individuals provide a valuable support and encouragement to youth in foster care across the nation, the state, and our district. During the month of May, Elk Grove Unified School District would like to honor the contributions of our kinship families, educators, community partners, and service providers who contribute to the stability, educational achievement, and emotional and physical well-being of youth in foster care. The district would also like to raise awareness of the challenges that many students in foster care face and how the collective efforts of caring adults can make an impact on their lives. I ask the board to please adopt Resolution 70, recognizing May as National Foster Care Month.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 70, recognizing May 2023 as National Foster Care Month.
So moved.
Second.
Moved, and who was the second, Mr. Vargas or Mr. Fortuna? Mr. Fortuna. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Comment
Yes, sir. 1 second. Let me finish the vote. Opposed? Resolution is approved unanimously. Go ahead, Mr. Fortino.
Thank you. At the last board meeting, we had a wonderful presentation on our homeless program. And at that meeting, I had made comments that for foster program paralleled those made for homeless. We have many children and those who serve them that struggle to provide what is needed because both programs must do so within the dollars that they generate from various grants. And I would ask my colleagues that when it comes time for budget discussions, that we, one, not forget about the needs of our homeless children, and that secondly, we do not forget the needs of our foster care kids.
Thank you, Mr. Fortino. Our next item is National Mental Health Awareness Month resolution. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
So I'm here to bring to the board Resolution 71, recognizing May as National Mental Health Awareness Month. National Mental Health Awareness Month was established in 1949 to increase awareness of the importance of mental health and wellness and to celebrate recovery from mental illness. This resolution raises awareness of the trauma and the impact it can have on the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of children, families, and communities. Mental health is essential for a person's overall health and well-being. This year's Mental Health America MHA theme is looking around, looking within. The goal is to address mental health in areas such as safe and stable housing, healthy home environments, neighborhoods and towns, and outdoors and nature. These topics impact mental health by encouraging individuals to look around their environments. MHA is inviting health organizations and school districts to join in spreading the word that mental health is something everyone should care about. To support their efforts to increase awareness of mental illness and emphasize the importance of mental health, our school counselors have taken the lead in organizing various events and activities on campus, creating posters, sending out messages, and providing available resources to our students and the school community during the month of May. I ask the board to please adopt Resolution 71, recognizing May as National Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 71, recognizing May 2023 as National Mental Health Awareness Month.
So move. Second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is approved unanimously. Double checking that we have no comments. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
Our next item is public comment for items not on the agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Madam President, we have several comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda. The first person up is Jess Carlson.
Speaker, if you can unmute yourself, we're ready for you. So we're just going to ask you to wait until the in-person section. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next public comment, Gandhi Reinsick.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to speak again in support of our librarians and elementary school teachers who I feel have been under attack at the last two meetings by various people. And I just wanted to share that I've been doing research on Moms for Liberty, which I believe is the organization that's behind organizing book banning across the United States. And several of the people that have spoke have been Facebook affiliated with Moms for Liberty. They seem to be following the blueprint that's laid out by this organization. This organization was founded in Florida in 2021, and their agenda is to change school curriculums. So it starts out with targeting a couple of books such as Toni Morrison, and then it moves on to other agendas such as textbooks, LGBT rights, any issues with critical race theory, which has never been taught in elementary school. So basically any teaching about diversity or race and history, all under the caption of parental rights. And then there's also an attack by this group on teachers and teachers unions. I do feel this is an extremist group. They have a lot of information available online, and everything that I'm saying can be easily looked up by anybody that wants to know more about this group. One of the things that they have come out against is the teaching of Galileo, an astronomer, famous astronomer who first determined that the earth revolved around the sun and not vice versa. And they have said that it shows the church in a bad light, and there should be a balance with counterpraise of the church. In August of 2022, a Moms for Liberty activist advocated for separating LGBT students into specialized classes. And this is a direct quote, like, for example, children with autism and Down syndrome. I mean, this is extremism. And I believe that you have parental rights. And if you want to believe far right extremist ideas, then you have the right to enroll your children in a conservative private Christian school, but you do not have the right to take rights away from other students. This doesn't represent California values. This doesn't represent any workplace that I've ever worked in. Every workplace is advocated for diversity, and we've had training on that every year that I've been in the workforce. And I really appreciate the training and education that our librarians have and our elementary school teachers. In addition to that, their own funding and their own money that they put into the displays and everything that they have in their classrooms. I would much trust someone with a library science degree to be able to determine the books in my child's school than someone from an extremist group. Thank you.
Next, public comment via Zoom, Elda Garcia.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Hoffman and the board members. I am here to share that I would like to bring to your attention again regarding inappropriate books in the elementary schools. And I want to make it clear, I am not an extremist. I'm a parent, and I'm not involved in any of those groups that the prior person just spoke about. I'm just a concerned parent. Having pornography books available to elementary students or any children in school is unacceptable. This has been brought to the board's attention various times. There has been no responses or notices to parents on why this is being allowed in the school libraries. And this is not an attack on school librarians or anybody else. This is a concern. We have every right as parents to bring it to the board's attention. I ask that you please remove these inappropriate books that are very graphical in sexual nature that is unacceptable for any children in school. I ask that you also make it safe for the kids in a clean environment where they don't have to be subjected to this kind of type of books. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, public comment via Zoom. We just have a first name, Jane. Okay. Next, public comment via Zoom, Brian Rickle.
Hi, thank you. You can all hear me, correct?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. First, I just wanted to thank Andy Reich for speaking tonight. That is not why I came here to speak. It was originally, but I've changed some things I wanted to talk about. But I am also an atheistic, humanistic parent, and I have rights in this district also. And I would prefer that the public education stay public for all people, not just conservative Christian ideologies created out of Florida. So thank you, Gandhi, for saying that. Now on to what I came here to talk about tonight, and that is first off, I am the Dean of Arts, Media, and Entertainment at Cosumnes River College. But more importantly, tonight, I am a parent of a 5-year-old in TK at Florence Markhofer. And I was thrilled on April 1st to be able to host the Elk Grove Unified School District's Visual Arts Showcase at Cosumnes River College. You all had over almost 500 pieces of art brought to our campus, and almost 600 or 700 parents show up with their families and their kids to basically take a museum tour of public art made by your students. And it was one of the most thrilling things I've done since I've been a dean. So I'd like to first off congratulate your entire new VAPA team led by Jen Wilbanks. And I'm looking forward to further partnership with them. But I want to talk about tonight is the inequitable disparity between your theater programs. I'm a theater artist. I've been a practicing theater artist my entire life. I started in Sacramento and I moved to Southern California. I'm back. I've taken my son to a field trip at Franklin High School to see the Aristocats, and I was wowed and amazed by the facilities they have. I was stunned by the facilities they have. There are few college students who have the facilities that Franklin High School has. I've seen a show also at Elk Grove High School. Nice facility, fantastic. Leilani is doing a lot with what she has, which is not a ton, but it's great stuff. 2 weeks ago, I had the misfortune of visiting Valley High School's theater program and their music program, and I'm speaking on behalf of them tonight. I left physically angry at what you all have left Valley High School with. We talk about equity a lot in this district, and if you all think for 1 second that equity exists between Franklin's arts programming and Valley High School's arts programming, then I would invite you to come spend a few days in a space that has been waiting for old furniture to be picked up for months, a space that OSHA would probably shut down were they to show up. And I want you all to help me make sense of the fact that anything that Franklin High School no longer wants or needs gets dumped into Valley High School. We are supporting Valley High School by trying to create an MOU with them so that their music students can come across the street and perform in our recital hall. And we are trying to get any tool that I can to build scenery into the hands of the teacher teaching theater currently at Valley High School. They are being left behind. It is inequitable. You cannot tell me that they have equity because they each have a theater program. I think you're all doing an amazing job. I've got 11 seconds left, but there is a disparity between these programs that needs to be fixed. STEM success comes through STEAM, and I will leave it at that. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next, public comment via Zoom, Lisa Stanley.
Hi, my name is Lisa Stanley. I'm an advocate with BYLP, Black Youth Leadership Project. And while we're doing so much good in other districts and collaborating with like-minded administration, we unfortunately have to continue to bring your shortcomings to light. We spoke of another one of our babies last month being harmed due to the negligence at the hands of your staff, specifically the VP, when she did not take accountability for not creating a safe space on her campus. The chemistry teacher who worked overtime to make class assignments and due dates confusing to our students was another issue. We also learned recently that this student was not granted services while her case manager was on maternity leave. Our team was made aware of this disservice when we asked for her service minutes, to which absolutely none had been provided. Your continued gross negligence is noted, and we want you to know our team is getting stronger to hold this district accountable. How many other students are being mishandled and suffering at the hands of your staff? This must stop. I also want to highlight San Juan again. We are not only on an elementary school campus currently, but we are also bringing our 12-week mindfulness-based substance abuse program to a high school and several more at the beginning of the next school year. It is so refreshing to speak with teachers, VPs, and staff who care. And I find it funny how all the resolutions you all just adopted spoke of mental health, foster youth, physical fitness, literally everything BYLP stands for and is about bringing intentionally to our babies. Yet we are refused by the very people who voted for the resolutions and who pretend to care about all these things. Even the other school board meetings we attended this past month were less performative and more action-based. They were less about patting themselves on the back, but how can they intentionally show up for our students? EG needs to step up. I'd also like to remind everybody about our book club tomorrow night. We're still reading Suspended by Dr. Charles Bell. You can register at bylp.org. We read as a community, so don't worry if you haven't read the book yet, you are welcomed. Especially if your children are in this district, you need all the tools you can get because it's not a matter of if, but when will your child be on the receiving end of negligence? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Last public comment via Zoom, Lorene Pryor.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead, Ms. Pryor.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's normally my style to be with you. However, I'm at home sick and I wanted to keep my germs to myself. But I'm coming before you because I did hear that you had Pleasant Grove region highlighted today in your board meeting. And I want to talk about a student from Pleasant Grove region who was failed on multiple levels. Her self-advocacy, despite her disabilities, fell on deaf ears, no pun intended, as she tried to navigate her classes with the addition of social pressures that she faced as a teen. She tried to make sense of what was going on in her chemistry class, despite not hearing everything said as her teacher moved about the room, even though she was supposed to get preferential seating during her lectures because she couldn't hear out of one ear. She powered through nonetheless. A while ago, I came before you and I told you of the rude and dismissive interactions we observed during her triennial IEP. We had a follow-up meeting, and during that meeting, as Lisa stated, we discovered we were informed that she had not received her IEP mandated supports due to her case manager being on maternity leave and no one else being assigned to cover her during that time. She did not have access to fair and appropriate public education service minutes, and now they want to talk about giving her those minutes as if they're doing her a favor. No, she is legally entitled to those minutes and you all dropped the ball. So what we expect to see, because she cannot go back to Pleasant Grove High School, we expect that transfer that was requested by the parents to be honored immediately. Not only that, we expect those minutes to be given to her. She is entitled to those. And I'm just so entirely frustrated with the fact that it seems like people just don't care. People don't care how they talk to parents. People don't care how they are perceived by the greater public. People don't care how they treat Black children. And it's unacceptable because I care. I care enough to tell you that we've been going state to state. We had a chance to go to Louisiana, Lafayette, Louisiana, and tour a school. I want to tell you how refreshing it is to see students who are excited about learning because they are exposed to adults who care. Another thing I would like to tell you is if you have not listened to the latest podcast episode of Black versus the Board of Education, you should. We had a young lady who was a foster student on there. And she was talking about the lack of care and concern adults continually put towards her. And so I want to just reinforce, we need adults in positions who are going to care if they're going to be exposed to our children. Thank you.
Thank you and get well soon. That was the last one, correct? Okay, thank you. Ms. Jamerson, let's begin with blue cards.
Oh, the woman who was supposed to be on Zoom, do you happen to have do we have a blue card for you?
You did.
Oh, okay, okay, then you'll be in the pile. I just wanted to make sure that you were in the pile. I'll call you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, first up, we have Amanda Scott, followed by Emelina Mendoza.
Hello, my name is Amanda and I am a parent here in Elk Grove Unified School District. I have a son in the second grade at Helen Carr Costello. And I just wanted to say that I support the board's approval of the sex ed curriculum. I think it's extremely important. I am very appreciative of the practices and policies that you're putting in place to protect families and students that identify as LGBTQ+ students and families and our marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emelina, followed by Melissa Gentry.
There is a saying that goes, you should never get between a mama bear and her cubs. This board have tried to do that and have awoken moms and dads on a mission to protect our children. I'm bringing awareness to other parents about the lack of transparency of this board, about the sexualization of our children through the education, the sexual education curriculum, pornographic books in our school libraries, and drag shows in our school assemblies. I would like to know who were the members of the committee that put together this sexual education curriculum? Who selected them and what was the process of the selection? Who revised the curriculum? Why parents were not notified nor invited to be involved in the development of the process of the curriculum? The sexual education curriculum this board approved, in addition to inappropriate content, it teaches children to undermine their parents' authority, telling kids that they have rights, telling kids that they can hide things from their parents, and so on. If kids are taught to be defiant and disrespectful to their parents, do you think that they will respect teachers, principals, police, or anybody else? Of course not. By giving this much power to children, you are contributing to creating disrespectful, defiant, and violent members of society. If you think removing parents' rights is good for families and society, you are becoming part of the chaos in the culture that we are experiencing in the culture today. This district is failing to give the education that our children deserve and need to succeed. It is failing to work with parents to make our school a place to learn and thrive. This board has shown indifference towards parents' concerns regarding important issues such as this sexual education curriculum. The action of this board has impelled us to build a fort to protect our children's innocence. And you're gonna have to go through us before you get to them. And the action of this board has, so with that, I want to say, I would like to invite parents. Maybe we need to get together and strategize about school choice. The state of Arizona has done it, so can we. School choice means that parents would receive their child's state tax dollars that would otherwise go to the public school for their child. That way, these funds can be used for the education outside of the public school system. Yes, I'm almost done. I would like to invite more parents to join us, to rebuilding the moral compass of this community, because it has definitely been broken. And society can have no peace if there is no order.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next up is Melissa, followed by Emily Ottenreith.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm a mother of 4 children in the district across elementary, junior high, and high school. I've come to speak to you about the sexually explicit materials available to children in the school libraries in our district. I'm not affiliated with any of the groups they were talking about there. I'm just deeply concerned about my children and the influence that are on them, and of course, all the other children in the district. In that vein, I'd like to warn parents with children listening that I will quote from a book that is in my children's school library and that the material is not appropriate for children. Our middle and high school library has a book that describes how genital stimulation can come from any body part. The book says, and I quote, "You may stroke his penis, insert fingers into his anus, or insert fingers into her vagina. It's all sex. It feels really good, and the best part is there is a decreased risk of spreading sexually transmitted infections when all you do is touch and rub." This is not all the book encourages. It details losing your virginity, anal sex, oral sex, vaginal sex, dildos, sex toys, pornography, and hiding things from parents. Why would this district provide a book or multiple books describing how to engage in different forms of sex to children who can't legally consent to those acts. Would you be okay with someone you don't know telling your 12-year-old about their favorite sexual act? Of course not. So why are you providing that to children in writing? At the elementary school level, it's been determined that it is appropriate for sex ed to be taught beginning in 5th grade. But books discussing many of the same topics are available to children as young as 4 years old. A teacher can decide to read any of the library books to their class without parental notice or consent. I was able to voice my concerns a couple months ago in a meeting with district officials, but I have not seen any changes come from that meeting. I still feel unheard. It is the parents' moral obligation to teach their own children what is appropriate sexually, not a school district, and to decide when that conversation occurs. Thank you.
Emily, followed by Richard Atkinson.
I am so thankful for this school board. I grew up in the kind of school that Melissa envisions, where we taught abstinence-only education. Queer people did not exist, and queer people, if they did, were dangerous. This did not erase who I am. It did not change me, but it hurt me. And 20 years of work has only started to undo the depth of that harm. Queer people are not dangerous. We are not deviant. We are not broken. And I want to thank this school board for validating that through approving the sex ed curriculum and through refusing to ban books out of fear and bigotry. The law says this school is a safe zone. It says be safe and respectful. And the voices behind me are not safe. They are harmful. And those parents are harming their children with their words and ideology. And when they try to push that on my children, who are safer in this district than I ever was, they are harming my children. So thank you again. I am so glad that we are moving farther and farther into being a city where there is no place for hate, in part through this school district.
I have Richard Atkinson, followed by Jess Carlson.
Hi, my name is Richard Atkinson. And I'm still not happy about the way this has gone down. Your own board members questioned if procedures were followed correctly. And I don't think they were. And I think it was really sneaky and shady and chicken the way you voted this in. And a lot of parents are not happy about it. And let's think of it a different way, right? Okay, so like most people don't ever talk about their sexual preferences, like a man and a wife. You don't have to talk about it, it's obvious, right? And your sexual preference is private. That's what causes intimacy. That's what makes a loving relationship an amazing thing, because it is private between you and your wife, between me and my wife. And neither one of us, me as a husband or her as a wife, would appreciate the other one talking about our sex life. And you know, it doesn't, why is it so important that I know what your sexual preference is because it's different than mine? Why is it so necessary for me to know? Like what item of clothing do I have to wear? Like, I'm not gonna stick a bandana out of my back pocket like a gang member flashing my colors. so that you know I'm heterosexual. It's ridiculous. And I just can't take it anymore. It's should be a private thing. That's why there's intimacy. And that's what makes a loving relationship in a marriage a great thing, because there is intimacy. There is things that no one else knows except for that person, that man and wife in the marriage. And that makes the love stronger, and it makes it amazing. It's not anybody else's business. And so don't make it my business. And I definitely don't involve my innocent children in it. Oh my God. I just can't believe it. Like, people, you looking at me with a straight face like you think this is okay. It is not. It is not okay. Just say innocent children. There you go. That explains it. Nobody needs to talk about sex or sexual orientation or sexual preferences or how to engage in sex with children. Nobody needs to. It happens naturally all by itself when the time is appropriate, and elementary school is not appropriate. Totally inappropriate, totally grotesque. You want to let a stranger teach an elementary school student about sex life. I'll be praying for you guys.
Jess Carlson, followed by Heidi Moore.
Good evening, Board President Chair Espinoza, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Jess Carlson. I'm a mom, small business owner, LGBTQ ally, community member, and admin of the Elk Grove Book Club. I am here tonight to remind us all that the act of banning books is a Nazi tradition. It is done out of fear of knowledge and freedom. The freedom to read, which is protected by the First Amendment, is our essential right. It is our responsibility to protect this right as educated citizens, and thus protect the same right afforded to the children of our community against those that seek only to erase our LGBTQ kids and families and our BIPOC kids and their families by the banning of books in our schools. If you can recall, in 1969, in Tinker versus Des Moines School District, the court affirmed that neither teachers nor students shed their First Amendment rights at the schoolhouse gate. More recently, in '82, the Board of Education versus PICO, the Supreme Court rejected the effort by a town school board in New York State to strip objectionable books from public school libraries. It all began with a group of extremists, like those that have frequented our school board meetings as of late, who convinced the school board to ban a total of 9 books after brandishing a compilation of the most lurid, prurient, and profane passages taken out of context. Unfortunately for them, this case made it to the Supreme Court. The majority sided with students who declared that the removal of books from their school libraries was a form of political and ideological thought control, contradictory to the First Amendment. Food for thought to those present and online tonight who are trying to ban books in our community. That decision was dominated by Supreme Court justices who had been nominated by the court to the court by GOP presidents. Among those justices was Justice Brennan, who found that the Constitution protects not only the right to speak and to write, but also the right to receive information and ideas. The First Amendment plays a pivotal role in affording the public access to discussion, debate, and the dissemination of information and ideas. The strategic removal of books on LGBTQ issues and BIPOC issues from our school libraries because someone considers the content offensive directly affects and eliminates students' free speech and thought, therefore robbing them of empathy, compassion, and the sense of community. Other people's level of offense cannot be the metric for defining whether your rights, my rights, or the rights of students are infringed upon. The answer to books whose content or view
Please wrap up.
you oppose or even despise is simply to not read them.
Heidi Moore, followed by Sarah Wingard.
Hello, I am not here on behalf of Moms of Liberty or the group that was mentioned. I am not an extremist. I am a mom of 4 children in the district who is deeply invested in my children's education and deeply care about all children. And at the last board meeting, I mentioned that I was still waiting for a response from Mr. Soretti regarding several sexually explicit books that I found in the Catherine Albiani Middle School and PGHS shared library. He finally responded, but gave no real resolutions to the concerns that were shared with district officials by several parents. At the end of the email, he indicated every single book of concern was approved, given a list of criteria that he listed. Shockingly, none of the criteria included a review for sexually explicit content, which was the basis of our concern. He completely ignored our concerns about the content and still refuses to make parents aware of the books that I've discovered and will continue to find. At the meeting, one of my friends jokingly said, "We should just let Heidi choose books for the kids." Mr. Soretti seemed angry at this suggestion and said he would never let just one person choose books for the libraries. Yet later in the meeting, he and Ms. Avey refused to give us specifics of who exactly is choosing the books. They finally admitted sometimes it's just a librarian choosing books with no oversight. In the email from Mr. Soretti on Friday, he indicated that a book can be approved if a teacher suggests it. So it appears that indeed one individual can choose books for school libraries without oversight or question. However, if you are a parent concerned about sexually explicit content of books, Mr. Soretti will try to shut you up and ignore you. On that note, I will be exposing another sexually explicit book tonight. This book is titled Flamer, and we have posters in the back for anyone who would like to see. It is one of the books Mr. Soretti approved for our libraries in Friday's email and available to 12-year-olds. The book Flamer is written in a comic book style with illustrations throughout the book. A group of boys masturbate together in a tent. One boy says, quote, "We're each busting a load into this bottle. If you don't come, you have to drink it. Ha ha ha, give that, I'll show you." In another scene, it shows a boy watching his dad's porn, talking about a surprise sensation and jerking off. He says, quote, "I could see everything. People were doing things that I didn't even know were possible or allowed. Why is there so much hair? Those dicks are so big." The last scene I will share with you is 2 naked boys taking a shower. One kneels in front of the other and stares at the other boy's crotch, his naked crotch, and then says he's getting a boner. I shared this material on social media, and a former police chief commented, "Who thinks to provide this to children?
Please wrap up.
They should have to register as a sex offender." Others have said only groomers
Your time
provide
is
this
up.
material to kids. Thank you.
Sarah Wingard, followed by Jane.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a parent.
I'm going to stop you. I just want to make sure you get heard. If you push the top of that black button, it's going to move the podium up and the microphone closer to you. Oh, guess not. You can just try
think
the
I've tapped out.
microphone. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a parent of 2 children in the district, and I wanted to talk about 2 things. So I'll try and talk fast. First, I wanted to support or speak in support of the board's decision to approve the sexual education curriculum. The American Academy of Pediatrics states that comprehensive sex education is a critical component of sexual and reproductive health care. The AAP supports broad access to comprehensive sex education, wherein all children and adolescents have access to developmentally appropriate, which I believe you guys have done, evidence-based education that provides the knowledge that they need to, 1, develop a safe and positive view of sexuality, build healthy relationships,
and make informed, safe, positive choices about their sexuality and sexual health, which I know as a parent, I think everybody could agree that we want our children to grow up to be safe. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is the dangerous discussions that have been had about banning books. I agree with another speaker. If you don't want your children to read a certain kind of book, then have those conversations in the home where you express your beliefs and you make an understanding with your children of the things that they are allowed to read or what you would like them to read. I have those conversations with my children regarding video games that I think are appropriate and TV shows that I think are appropriate. I don't write Netflix and say, I think you need to remove these shows. I have a conversation with my children, and mind you, they're 5 and 9 and they can understand what's appropriate for them and what's not. And they are old enough to not pick something they know mom doesn't want them watching. And the book that was mentioned, Flamer, that's recommended for people between the age of 14 and 18. So if you have concerns about your, what your 16 or 17 or 18-year-old kid might be reading in that book, I believe that what they're seeing on TikTok is probably way worse. So anyway, it is important that we have diverse books available to our students. When multicultural and inclusive books are available in the library, children receive the message that all races, cultures, genders, sexual orientations, and populations of people are embraced and appreciated. We focus on educating the whole child, and that includes providing books that reflects either their families, the people in their community, or just helps them understand other people. Limiting access to these books denies students the opportunity to learn new points of view, find the answers to pressing questions, and to obtain crucial information that allows them to build personal opinions and identities. Thank you.
Jane? Okay, doesn't have a last name or anything. Followed by Marissa Bitcon.
Okay, hi, I'm a concerned parent here in the district. And
excuse me, can you please state your first and last name?
Oh, Jane Garcia. So I'm here because I wanted to go over this book. It's called Fred Gets Stressed. Seems pretty innocent, right? But I'm pretty sure if they find in one of your guys' laptops a picture of a naked kid, will go to jail. I hope you do. Here seems innocent. I teach my children about pornography, right? Whatever doesn't cover your bathing suit is pornography, right? Turn off the iPad, the whatever technology you have, run and tell a parent, right? Isn't that what most parents do? We do that. Why? Because we want to protect our children. But if they're reading this book at school, my child will come home and be, Mom, she's reading a book about what you told me not to see. She's holding it up for all the kids. This opens up doors. This opens up doors. I will tell you, I was glad to move to Outgrove. Now I kind of regret it. I thought this was safer. It is not safer. Today I went after school to pick up something. I said, okay, I'm going to leave my kids in the car really quick. This was by, I think it's like Franklin Middle School. There's like a boba place, something. I left my kids in the car, tinted windows with my dog. I said, I'm just going to pick up something. Didn't even take a minute. I kid you not. Instead of spending money elsewhere or whatever you guys spent it on, why not hire more school police? So I come out, my daughter's crying, and she's like, no, the guy next door in the car have a knife. I'm like, oh, wait, calm down. What's going on? And my boys were like, no. I was going reverse. I look over. I saw the knife. Too bad I didn't have my cell phone. Okay. I rushed out. I'm like, I'm going to get home as fast as I can so I can call the police. Luckily, I was able to flag down a police and I told him exactly what happened. My kids, like I said, I just moved to Outgrove. I will not enroll my kids in this disgusting school district. I am here because I wish I could, but I will not because of everything. Yes, we talk about diversity, but why are we pushing these things on our children? My son says, why is everything race? Why is everything gay? We understand. We respect everybody. I have nothing against your sexual preference. I really don't, but everybody else talks about pushing their agenda. Us being our agenda on them. What vice versa? Why can't we meet in the middle? My kids that have been homeschooled are probably way better off than all the kids here in the school district. Why? Because I am teaching them. Why? Because I'm really teaching them science and math. The time is up. Get to it.
Hi, my name is Marissa Bitcon.
Sorry, hold on one second. Followed by Ron Owens will be next.
My name is Marissa Bitcon, and as a parent in the school district, I support the new sex ed curriculum. Overall, I believe in inclusive and safe places for all students of all backgrounds. Thank you for your continued support for this effort in our schools.
Ron Owens, followed by Moises.
Three minutes, huh? Good evening. My name is Ron Owens. I'm a taxpayer. I'm concerned about what I have seen, what I've heard. First of all, for those of us who are for parental rights, we're not afraid of homosexuals. We don't hate them. We love them. But there's a proper time and a proper place for sex to be taught to children. Children. When you were children, did you think about sexual orientation? Did you think about all of this LGBTQ stuff? Drag queen, it's not about the people who have testified saying, well, I experienced this and I experienced that. It's not about you. It's about kids. I could come out and say, hey, I'm 65 years old and I'm a virgin. What business is it of anybody? Really? I am concerned about what's being taught to kids. I'm very concerned about the explicit material that is being taught to children. There's a time and place to be exposed to those kind of books. It's not about banning books or banning free thought. It's about what is proper, what is decent. It's about decency. Did Martin Luther King Jr. die for this? Did Cesar Chavez march for the United Farm Workers for this? What happened to reading, writing, arithmetic, science? What happened to history, the history of this great country? There's this criticism about Christians. Christians founded this country. If it wasn't for Christians, you wouldn't be sitting there and I wouldn't be standing here. Thank you for your time.
Moises, followed by Mo Marshall or M Marshall.
Yes, I was all the way up. Good evening. My name is Moses Garcia. Once again, speaking against obviously literature that's being presented to kids. It's being allowed for the exposure of kids, the availability for kids. Like the previous speaker said, there's time for everything. When I was growing up in school, I was taught how to read, how to write. That was the focus of it, for me to be better educated. I don't think my mom brought me to this country to be a hooligan to be a menace to society. They brought me here to be a contributor to society, and that's what I become. Respectful, fearful. I open the doors for anybody that walks, that I see trying to come in as I'm walking out. I've taught that to my children. Doesn't matter who it is. But we need to understand that just because you have a preference of something doesn't mean you need to impose it on somebody else. As a school district, you're supposed to be focusing on what you're teaching the kids to be successful in life. Being a sex worker is not something that you want your kids to be. That's not what I'm raising my kids to be. I'm not raising my kids to be exposed to pornography, because I know the mental issues that come with that, the depravity that comes with that, because obviously they're perverting what is meant for the bedroom and intimacy. Whatever your preference is, that is your preference. Do not impose it on the kids. The kids should be concerned and be focused on becoming better providers for their families once they grow up, to be able to, focus on what school they're going to go, what career they're going to choose. So that's what they need to be focusing on, not in sex, not in how do I perform sex on somebody else. There's a time for everything. I think there's even 18-year-olds that don't know what to do with a woman. A young girl does not know what to do with a man. That has nothing to do with anybody else to be teaching that in school. You were not put as a teacher or somebody in the district as a member to be telling the kids what they're going to see or not see in regarding sexuality. You're here to make sure that what's being taught is what's going to educate them to be better people, better members of society, productive members of society, not to be, messed up in the head, because obviously you're teaching them to feel free to do whatever they want with their bodies and not respect them. Unfortunately, because of this, you have so much sicknesses that are occurring. The sexual transmitted diseases has ramped up so high because of all of this, because it's being allowed, is being taught that it's okay to feel how you want and do what you want, but that's not how it goes. Thank you.
M. Marshall or Mo Marshall, I apologize. Followed by Ryan Belden.
Thank you. So I'm here today. I was just found out today that there is a code, I guess the school goes by, as far as what punishments kids do when they do something at school. And my son was called a nigger today, earlier this week. Excuse me, let me clear, on Monday, this past Monday, not yesterday Monday, the Monday before. And my son told the teacher, and the teacher only pulled the kid outside the class, spoke to the student, and the student was able to go back and sit down in class. The school never called me until today. So a whole week has gone by. And the only reason why the school called, because I called the district. So I sat and waited to see how long they would call me. So the boy was reprimanded on Wednesday, so 2 days after, but he wasn't suspended. I feel he should have been suspended. The N-word shouldn't be taken lightly. And I noticed the school district is taking the N-word lightly. So I was told that there's a code, but the N-word is not underneath for suspension. It's just a form of name calling, like it's no big deal. So how do we change that code? Who has the ability to change that? Is it you guys? Is it going on the news to the public? That's a question.
Ma'am, we're not able to respond to public comment, but we will ensure someone follows up with you.
Okay. Elk Grove is a zero tolerance. I've been Elk Grove 24 years. I've never seen an email from the school that says we have zero tolerance for calling the N-word, ever. And African Americans get called this on a regular basis in Elk Grove School District, and nothing's done about it. When is there going to be a change? If someone shall defend themselves, I think calling someone the N-word is an act of violence. It is an act of violence. So if somebody felt they're defending themselves and punch that person for calling them the N-word, they're suspended, but the other person is not. Why would that be? Where's the difference? What can we do to change that? When can we send the message to students or kids, this is not okay? Not suspending them is supporting the behavior. It's wrong. It's wrong. I don't see where some of the teachers are even helping, even verbally talk to their kids and tell them it's not okay. I mean, all of you guys look like you have kids, you know, or grandkids. How would you feel if your child went to school and got called a cracker every day? Spit. Chink. Right? What is this? Like it's the big deal. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Please wrap up.
Those are not the right words to use.
Sean, we're not able to comment or respond to public comment.
Well, I want to comment it.
No, nope.
No, I
The law's
understand,
very
but-
clear on this. We can't have interaction.
How you felt offended?
Your
That's-
time is up, ma'am.
What do you think a child feels?
Ma'am, your time is up. Sean, you cannot engage. Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Nope. Toby Johnson, sir. Ma'am.
We have Ryan Belding, followed by Laura Cortez.
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. I hope it's okay that I brought up my bandana with me. First, I want to thank you guys for supporting the GSAs and the Rainbow Clubs. That goes a long way in their support for the students on their campuses as well. I'm here tonight to speak on the sex ed curriculum. I'm usually long-winded, so I'm aiming to get in under the time limit, so we'll see if I can do it. As a product of an English teacher, I was taught the importance of our books and the stories we read in school. As a parent of a kindergartner that starts in August, I'm concerned about the attacks on the curriculum and the books found that some want banned. The current trend in parts of our country is to ban books, close libraries, and defund curriculum that makes parents feel uncomfortable. Context is important, and context seems to be left out by many of the people here today. The color purple, for example, is not pornography. It's the reality of what many people went through in our history, and I want my kids to know the reality of what happened. I'm here to encourage you to support the sex ed curriculum and ignore any calls for the bans of books in our schools. We need to put our trust in our teachers. Let them teach our kids and guide them. I want my children to learn the reality of the world they live in, not an agenda some want pushed. Many times, the only education our students get are from the libraries and teachers at our schools. The movement to change the curriculum that silences our teachers and hides the reality of our history will lead to nothing but ill-equipped young adults. Our teachers in schools are the best equipped to teach our students, and we need to support them. The unfortunate part of this whole thing is if we really want to protect our kids, let's figure out a way to end the real threat to our children, school shootings. Every time we talk about this non-issue is another minute our kids are in danger of being killed in a place clearly every parent wants to be safe. California is a leader in many things. Keep our schools at the forefront of the fight against banning books. Our teachers and our students need you. Thank you. I did it.
Laura Cortez, followed by Charlotte Ryder.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Laura Cortez. I'm a parent of 4 children here in the Elk Grove district. One's already graduated. I have 3 others. Just a few words on my whys are not answered yet. Why the disrespect in what our children are taught? If we teach our children at home to respect all, why is the 7th grade curriculum not still accessible in the system as far as what the children are going to be taught, book for book, page by page, to be given starting April 28th. So I still don't have access to that, and neither does my sister-in-law. We're trying to help other parents be knowledgeable of this. Why is this massive incoming ocean wave of confusion to all the youth in their most vulnerable state of growth of their fifth grade year, of their seventh grade year, of their ninth grade year. Some of these questions are adult questions. Why is my seventh grader going to be taught that it is okay to abort a child? Why was I told at a district meeting by one employee that was holding the meeting, not all parents can afford to support that teen that becomes pregnant? And so basically she was telling us that it is better to kill that innocent child. That's one of the lessons that's going to be taught or was taught a few years ago to my other seventh grader. Why can't we just live in peace as families, as a community, as a nation? Thank you very much for all of you for hearing us. I don't hate anyone. I don't despise anyone. I have family that's LGBTQ and I love them. Why? Because they're my blood. They're my family. And I'm sorry that whoever suffered growing up like that, I'm sorry for that. But we don't teach our children to hate anyone. Thank you for listening to me.
Charlotte, followed by Survey.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Rieger again. It's okay. It's German, so it's backwards. So, you know, there are some quotes that were made on March 21st, talking about how the vocabulary is there to protect the kids and that we can protect each other in the sex ed. And you also said, we're begging you to have these conversations with your students with what you believe and how to prepare them and how to go out into the world and interact with people who have different beliefs. Many of us do that. And it's sad that we're accused that we're not. Again, I'm not affiliated with Moms of Liberty or any of those extremist groups. I am a mother of 6. One's passed away, 2 have graduated, and I have 3 more in this district. I have been here almost 17 years. All we're asking is the books with pornography to be taken out. And if you guys want to show your kids the pornography, better to you, but it is our right to not have the pornography. What if I had those books and I approached your grandchildren and your kids? I would be the groomer. So again, this district is grooming our children. We are legally responsible for our children until they're 18 years old. And one quote I just want to make sure everyone understands. Teach your children that safe adults don't ask children to keep secrets. Again, teach your children that safe adults don't ask children to keep secrets. And that is what this district is doing. This district is keeping conversations away from parents. I have witnessed it. I have heard about it from many parents. I have heard about many disgusting situations. I have been in this district and I have had to protect my children. And it's sad that I have had to fight for 17 years in this district, and I am not giving up. So you all are basically telling us that we have to take this curriculum and consent to it in our own homes. I think that's horrible. I really think that's horrible. You all are supposed to be inclusive, but again, you're not inclusive to my children. You are not inclusive to their children. You're not inclusive to all children. Did you know that sex trafficking is becoming more normalized in Elk Grove? That's disgusting, but that is what leads to it. You are promoting that to the sex trafficking. So I pray every day for my children to be safe at school. And I really think this district needs to focus more on mental and wellness, health wellness, because
Your time is up.
the teachers, the administrators, the kids are all bullying
Your
the
time is up.
kids. And I support the woman that just said that, but you all need to go to school site because everyone is being bullied.
Your time is up. Survey Paravi, I'm sorry. Followed by
Okay.
Jacqueline Ortiz.
It's a Survey Parvatiar. I have 2 children
in the Elk Grove School District, and I'm here to express my support for comprehensive sex education. I am grateful for the district teaching tolerance and acceptance of different gender identities and sexual orientation. I know there are students who identify outside the norm, and those children are at most risk for suicide and bullying. The school should be a safe place for them, as it should be for all students. Ideally, students should be able to receive comprehensive sex ed at home, but unfortunately, not all homes provide that support. And in fact, some of those homes will kick a child out for expressing their gender identity or their sexual orientation, or cause a student to want to commit suicide. So schools have traditionally bridged the gap between essential education that should be taught at home, but is not. For instance, when I was in middle school, there were 3 girls who were pregnant due to a lack of sex ed at home. I do not wish that for any of our student population. I am also in support of a separation of church and state. I don't believe religious views of some should dictate the education my child receives in public schools. Those whose religion conflicts with comprehensive sex ed can exercise the option to place their child in private school or homeschool, rather than demand their religion control public school education. I'm a bit tired of hearing from some that the district is imposing their views on our students simply by exposing our children to comprehensive sex ed. When our kids watch a Disney movie where there's a straight couple, that is not considered imposing a heterosexual point of view. But if there's a gay couple in a movie, God forbid, that is suddenly considered gay indoctrination and grooming. The double standard is outrageous. Now, I don't agree with 100% of what is taught in schools, but I don't force my beliefs on the whole school system if the school is overall teaching respect for their fellow children. I do have conversations with my children on what our beliefs are and how they may differ from some of the messaging they receive, and I encourage other parents to do so if they have some disagreements, rather than impose their religion on a whole public school system. Before my time wraps up, I want to note that I'm wearing red in support of the needs of our children in the special ed classrooms who are being failed. And I'm also in support of pushing schools to do better for our African-American children. They are not provided a safe space, and that needs to change. Thank you.
Jacqueline Ortiz.
A mother with a 5th grade daughter told me she did not opt her child out of the new curriculum, though she found the content violated her sincerely held beliefs. The mother chose to teach her child each of the 11 lessons in advance of her child's elementary teacher doing so. She acted faithfully in accordance with the urging by this board, begging parents to have these conversations with their parents. Even so, when her daughter came home and told her mom that she was taught that day for either the 3rd or the 4th lesson, she was shocked. She said her daughter told her mom that the teacher taught the 5th grade class about wet dreams, erection, and ejaculation. Boys and girls were not separated during this instruction. This may not come as a surprise to the board, but this certainly surprised this mom. This parent's surprise is not because she was unprepared and unintentional. She taught her daughter all 11 lessons in advance, but still, even in her diligence, she was blindsided. If she was blindsided, being as purposeful as she was, why should other parents believe they should fare any better? Thank you.
Madam President, that was the end of the blue cards for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. I am going to close public comment for items not on the agenda and take a 10-minute recess before we come back for consent. Thank you. Thanks, folks. Let's continue with tonight's business. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comment via Zoom for the consent agenda?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom regarding the consent agenda.
Thank you. Can you please have a seat, Mr. Bettis? Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for the consent agenda?
Yes, we have one blue card for consent item number 22. Heidi Moore.
Ms. Moore, are you still with us? Thank you. Please come on up.
Thank you. So this is kind of to the consent agenda in general, but at the last meeting, it was pointed out that there is not financial accountability and expenditures provided with the consent agenda. And I would like to know why there is not financial accountability provided and how we can make that change so that financial accountability and expenditures can be provided moving forward. My concern is financial accountability to the public in general, but also regarding consent item 22, which appears to address a remodel for this district building. And then at the last meeting, there was also a consent item which funded new flooring for this building. If the district has enough money to remodel and update this building, which is not used by students, I question why my daughters have not readily had access to bathrooms at Pleasant Grove High School for this entire school year. Ms. Keplinger claims that it is an issue of vandalism and that she doesn't have the resources to keep the bathrooms open. So I would like to know, is this a lack of funds issue or just a lack of concern for students? You see, one of the student bathrooms has been converted to a staff bathroom and others are closed throughout the day, sometimes only leaving one restroom per gender open. Sometimes this is only one of the smaller restrooms that has 5 toilets. The lines are always long, and if students do get to use the restroom, they often find dirty conditions, no toilet paper, and no soap. Again, is this a lack of personnel to maintain the bathroom or a lack of funds to provide soap and toilet paper? This really concerns me because my daughters have come home most days without using the restroom all day. This means that they also neglect to drink water all day. One of my daughters recently started track, which has added even more concern as her mother. She avoids drinking water all day because of the lack of access to bathrooms. Then she goes to track practice dehydrated. She has reported feeling like she is going to pass out in track practice. Has it ever occurred to you that there could be lawsuits involved when you continue to permanently close these bathrooms? Education Code Section 35292.5 requires all restrooms to be clean, operational, and stocked with paper products and soap. It also requires that restrooms remain available to students during the school day. Because Ms. Keplinger was not in compliance with this code and refused to make the necessary changes to provide students with open, clean restrooms, I filed an official complaint that makes her accountable to the state. It's sad that it takes this kind of action to advocate for kids to have access to a restroom at school. You would hope that administration would care about doing what is right for students, but sadly, this is not the case. I hope the district will provide funding and oversight moving forward to make sure that all restrooms can be open, clean, and functional. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I would like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 30 on the consent agenda. Which item, sir?
So moved.
Hold on.
Second.
Hold on.
Number 23 and 28.
23 and 28. May we have an amended motion?
I move to approve all items on the consent agenda except for items number 23 and 28.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those are approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, can you speak to item 23, please?
Bear with me. My computer went out when I took my break, and I'm happy to log in again. 23. Okay, here we go. Okay. It looks like to me, Title 23, Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, ELOP. leaseback agreement. Now, my question is this funding source, can we use this funding source for this project? Which it looks like to me, you're either buying or lease back, right? Well, yeah, lease back. And I'm wondering why we're using this funding versus Measure M or all the other facility monies like 49
Yeah, Mr.
instead of this particular funding source.
So Mr. Perez, leaseback isn't a funding source, it's a funding method.
Method.
Yes, so that's
Okay.
not the method. The funding source is ELOP and ESSER dollars. And there were specific dollars that were available through ELOP to be able to provide additional classroom and facility space as we're expanding the opportunities for our kids in after school and before school programming. So this is exactly what those funds are designed to be used for.
So we're actually going to build something with this money, or what, a classroom or rent a modular or what? Miss,
Mr. President, we are going to relocate portables to provide expanded space for the after-school program, which is what those monies are designed to do, is to extend the learning day. And just as Superintendent Hoffman has said, that this is an appropriate source and a great way to use different monies to provide facilities to support kids before and after school.
okay, that's what confuses me. When you look at item number 28, expanding learning opportunity program, roofing award and contract. So it says, I think you said we're going to move these buildings out of some place and move them into these particular sites on Florence Elementary, Samuel Kennedy, David Reese, and Union House.
Item 23 is relocation of
Yes,
portables.
yes.
Item 28 is different. So have,
Oh, it's almost, that's what's confusing. If you look at 28, can you clear that for me, please?
no, it
Ms.
says
Jones?
roofing on it. So it's pretty clearly not relocation.
What?
So 28 is, when we move some of those portables, it's one thing to move them from one site to the other, but they still need work.
Right.
So we're going to refurbish them. And one of the main things we do is make sure roofing systems are solid. It's one of the things that we did with Measure M very early in the process. Heating, air conditioning, roofing systems, because when those things are protected, they protect the building. So we get longer life out of the building. So we're relocating the buildings. That costs something, but then we're also upgrading and doing some repairs to the buildings because they need that as well.
And if I may, we felt it was a better value to the district to award it to a different contractor, which is why it's two separate items on the agenda tonight.
Why? Okay, that makes sense. But I was wondering, why didn't you just include those as one?
She just said that it's a better value to the district
Different
to award them
agreements.
to two separate entities.
They're different agreements.
Mr. Bettis, does that conclude your questions?
No, I have another question.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so getting back over here. So are we just gonna leave them? I mean, okay, so my understanding, we're gonna use them after school and
Before
summer
school, after
program.
Before school, after school. And then I'm sure during the summer they'll be used as well. But we need the additional space before school and after school at many of our school sites because the other classrooms are being used throughout the day. So to be able to keep kids on campus for extended periods of time, we need additional space to do that.
And good, okay, very good.
Okay, Mr. Pettis, asked and answered. I'm going to call for a motion on items 23 and 28 on the consent agenda.
I move approval of 23 and 28.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Thank
I
you.
didn't vote.
Well,
Roll call,
you
please.
should have.
Roll call. Request a roll call.
The vote has been closed, sir. And you know that our rules say the only reason you're able to abstain is if you have a
Yeah,
conflict
abstain.
of interest. Well, then you
I
need
was
to pay
reading this.
attention. I can't do that for you.
Okay.
Okay, our next item
Unanimous.
is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board?
Thank you. Good evening, school board, President Harris Espinoza, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. In just a few minutes, you will be voting to ratify the tentative agreement that AFSCME Local 258's bargaining unit team and bargaining team and the district have been working on. While negotiations may have only spanned several months, this contract has been years in the making. And on behalf of AFSCME Local 258, I would like to say that we truly appreciate the school board taking time to understand our members' struggles. And there are many of them. We are thankful to have a school board that is listening to, and more importantly, actually hearing their real life stories. This contract will be a great step in the right direction when it comes to taking care of our struggling classified staff. And we know that there's more work to be done, and AFSCME looks forward to putting the work in and collaborating with the school board and Elk Grove Unified on future items such as the comparability study and future contract negotiations in an effort to move EGUSD to be highly competitive in the market and to be able to hire and retain the best and brightest classified staff. AFSCME appreciates your dedication to our classified staff, and we look forward to making even more progress with you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is our special education services report. Ms. Lavasser, are there any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there is one public comment via Zoom for this item.
Thank you.
Brandon Morgan.
Hi,
Go
can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
All right, thank you, President Chair Espinoza, board members, and Superintendent Hoffman. Hold on. Okay, I attended the special education parent workshop last week where the district presented next year's plan for inclusive education, and much of that will be presented in the presentation tonight. And I will say there are some positive things in this plan. But while this plan makes 3 steps forward, it comes after taking 10 steps back. It hits on things that we as parents have asked, but there's much more work to be done, and our members of EG Speaks are looking forward to continuing our partnership with the district to address those. Now, 20 years ago, there was transformational thinking in our district. There were people who asked the questions of how this district could be more inclusive and how we can serve kids in a general education setting that normally would be relegated to a self-contained class. This was what made Elk Grove such a beacon for parents who knew that their kids could achieve so much more when presented with the right opportunities and supports. While some of my concerns for next year have been touched on, I still see a huge gap in how we serve kids with moderate to severe needs in the gen ed environment. Prior to this change, we had teachers with moderate to severe credentials working as inclusion specialists who worked to make sure that those kids were getting the proper supports and transforming the gen ed environment into their least restrictive environment. But now we are going to continue forward in a plan that only really offers those supports to kids who have been served by teachers in a mild to moderate credential. After speaking last week with Melissa Stoneman about teachers who worked as inclusion specialists last year with mod severe credentials, some of them who had been in that position for over a decade, and I asked if learning center positions would be open for them since the district had stated inclusion specialists would have their first pick this year for assignments. The answer to that question was no, because they did not have the appropriate credential. My problem with this is that it neglects those teachers who were put into classrooms they never asked to be in, with a plan that still leaves a lot of uncertainty about if those level 4 classrooms will get appropriate level of support to function in a safe manner, and it leaves some students without teachers who have appropriate credentials and experience to work at their level of support needs. If this district wanted to do right by these teachers and also expand the flexibility of the special education teachers in this district, the SELPA could offer at no cost to these teachers professional development bridge authorization courses that expands their credential into the new extensive support needs credential. This would allow teachers with mod severe credentials to now support students with specific learning disabilities in the Learning Center, and offer this opportunity to your mild mod credential teachers as well will allow them to much more flexibility in the future should critical situations like what we saw this year happen. The district would no longer have to forcibly target entire programs to pull specific credentialed teachers, but can offer incentives to teachers to take classrooms or other special education opportunities on a year-by-year basis. This is something that other SELPAs, both locally and across California, are doing, and I would hope that Elk Grove would also begin to offer this as well. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I believe that was the only one, correct, Ms. Lavasser? Okay. Ms. Jamerson, have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we do. I have Amanda Scott, followed by Jency Farrow.
Hello, my name is Amanda Scott. I am the parent of a second grader, and he is in level 2 special education at Helen Carr Costello. I am here to shed light on the inequities and injustices that are occurring in the special education system in this district through my son's story. We came into this district in December of 2019 from San Juan Unified. From the assessment process to placement between the many schools we've been shuffled around to, we have observed poor classroom conditions, mistreatment, ableist behavior management and classroom practices, and a total lack of community and support. My son is in a level 2 class. I'm still unclear about how placements are determined. I was pleased to hear the PALS program was being replaced. I was not in favor of segregation of autistic people. Unfortunately, I have a growing concern that this new system is creating further inequities for students. We discovered halfway through this school year that my son wasn't receiving any of the supports or accommodations we determined he required the year prior. Even minor things like sitting close to the board because he is visually impaired, or reading support because he's dyslexic. Students are all given the same curriculum, even if it isn't accessible for them. There is a resistance to modifications and implementing practices that are proven to be more effective for children with learning disabilities. I have heard comments from special education teachers and paras that the changes from last year have impacted them and limited their ability to support. I have witnessed staff grab my son aggressively, yell in his face, and use physical restraint. I complained to the teacher and the principal with no resolution last year. We have continued to struggle with poor interactions and support from staff. This is not something that we should still see happening in schools in 2023. My son has been to school for only 6 or 7 hours over the course of the past 3 months. I don't believe this is the fault of individual staff or teachers. It is apparent to me that there are massive inconsistencies in behavior management practices and expectations of staff across the district. I am calling on the special education department and the school board to invest in adequate resources and mandatory training for paraprofessionals. I ask that you affirm your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and have policies and practices that are inclusive and equitable to students with disabilities. I do want to give recognition and thanks to Anne Regali for listening and collaborating. I want to thank EG Speaks for the support and resources they are providing parents and students. We need more engagement with families in special education, and I feel that EG Speaks is helping to fill this gap. I am hopeful that the district has been working with EG Speaks and is working to bridge this gap. Thank you.
Jency, followed by Melissa Bitcon.
Hi, good evening. Wow, we have been looking very forward to this evening, and first I'd like to say happy birthday to Anne Regali. happy birthday. And it's a amazing evening. We've got David Riley and Ann both wearing EG Speaks shirts. And I am so grateful that we have had an opportunity to build a relationship and try to they're seeing that we are trying to make it better for everybody. It's not just our kids. Tonight, I'm going to talk about the culture of special education and disability awareness in our schools and how going forward after tonight, how we would like to help bring about change in that sense. We've learned with the uncovering of all of this change that was so disruptive and swift that there's a lot of things that need to be fixed, and culture around this is one of them. I've mentioned in the past multiple training opportunities that are already in place that all we have to do is find the funding and do them. And one of my favorite ones I wanted to talk about again is the NORA project, and it's based out of Chicago, and it's literally for children. You see all these kids up here today. And I was like, man, that would be amazing if that was showing an empathetic bridge of children with different disabilities with these kids at the same time. The NORA project has so many different levels all the way up to high school. One of my favorites for the older grades is called STEMpathy, and it is using STEM to create empathy amongst the children with disabilities. And there's so many other programs all the way down to the little bitty kids that they can have an actual curriculum that's already written and lesson plans and books and read alouds that are phenomenal for creating understanding, disability awareness, and an empathetic environment. Thank you, Amanda, for acknowledging the community building that EG Speaks has created. This has been the hardest year of my parenting, probably, but from this, I have created a community of an interaction with families that are in special ed that I never would have had. We would love to continue growing that. I hope that you will lean on us and allow us to create that bridge and to build the community, because the support is so necessary from people who actually get it and have that lens. And the last thing, I could not be here today if it weren't for the paras and that my youngest son has. They have worked tirelessly. They trained program specialists once the inclusion specialist was removed. They trained everyone all the way up about how to work with my son. They are superheroes. I know they're not alone, and I would like to propose for a resolution for Paraprofessional Appreciation Week to be recognized by the school district. I don't know what other steps I need to take to request that, but that's it. Please, thank you.
Okay, we have Marissa followed by Dustin Noble. Oh, okay. Dustin. Followed by Courtney.
All right, good evening, board members and Superintendent Hoffman. Tonight, we'll be getting an update on special education, including an update to the inclusion program and how services will look going into the next school year. Tonight, you will see several slides that talk about the impact to students in the inclusion program based on a survey that was conducted. While I'm confident that this does not depict the full impact with regards to the changes that took place last September, I wanted to provide this board with a direct example when speaking about impact. As you will see on slide 34 of the presentation, the survey was developed back in 2016, 2017, and is conducted annually, surveying kids in grades 3 through 12, utilizing 4 key metrics. My son is in first grade, as are some of his peers and his very best friends. Some of these kids also have IEPs and are receiving inclusive services in Elk Grove Unified. This survey does not include them. It does not include grades K through 12 or K through 2, where most kids are either identified or placed in the inclusion program for early intervention. They're not included. This means the struggle that my own family and many others like me went through with these changes to inclusion, they were not included when gauging impact. I know that data collection is never perfect. It's just not. All I'm asking from this board is to just look through with that lens and be mindful when reviewing the results of the survey for that one part of this presentation, that there definitely was an impact. It's just not defined in that particular part of the presentation. Having said that, I'm very optimistic and even hopeful as we move forward based on the presentation as a whole and the structure and supports coming to the Learning Center that are so desperately needed for our inclusion kids and the people that work with them directly. Like I said at the last board meeting, when I was phoning it in while being sick, David, Ann, and the rest of the SPED presenters knock it out of the park. I look forward to the continued work and the collaboration. Thank you.
Courtney, followed by Emily Ottenreith.
Good evening. I wanted to start by apologizing for how upset I got at the previous or 2 meetings ago when I spoke. I did not expect my profession, my integrity, my religion to be under attack. So I was a little unprepared for that. Like Jency and Dustin said, we've had some really amazing talks with David and Ann, specifically yesterday. We're really excited to partner with them in the future to help bridge the gap that is still there. We're pretty optimistic based off the presentation that you'll be seeing tonight. Other than the silly data points that Dustin pointed out, there was one thing that was still kind of missing, and that was the voice of our paras. So I have had 25 different paras, I think, maybe 20, give me some comments or little sound bites to give you that I will be reading. I'm going to number each one to identify that it's a new person. They're from various primary and secondary schools around the district. 1, when the inclusion specialists were removed, no directives were given to us. We had to march on without support or leadership from the person who held it all together. Now it's seemingly a war on the paras. We are blamed for the mistakes made by case managers. 2, the district broke the system. Now they expect us to fix it or take blame for it, but they don't give us any supports to do so. 3, nobody from the district has addressed the inclusion specialist leaving or changes with us at all year. They didn't tell us what to do or who to report to. They haven't asked us how it's going or if we need anything. They turned our lives upside down. They really don't care at all. 4, I've worked at 3 schools. I still haven't met a principal or vice principal that treats paras well. 5, I had to teach the case managers what to do when an autistic child has a meltdown. 6, it's not just about the money. I just want the support. 7, I'm so tired of being treated like I don't exist. 8, there are no subs. I'm tired of being sent to help another student because the administrator thinks their needs are greater than my students' needs, or because a teacher is throwing a tantrum over not having help in their class. 9, why are these agency kids straight out of high school with no experience being paid $15 more an hour than me? I've worked here for over a decade. It's humiliating. They aren't trained. They're always on their phones. Our kids are suffering. 10, our students' minutes are not being met and we have no one we can report to. 11, can the district be clear on who's in charge of what? Who do I report to? 12, it's disrespectful to not value the support student needs. When you don't value the supports, you don't value the students. Here, I'll make this the last one. I would like to bring attention to the changes this year. Servicing our students has become challenging. Without lack of direction, it has fallen on the para to communicate, reach out for help. Many of us are now having to manage multiple students, as well as guide the agency paras on how to do their job and cover students because they are nowhere to be found. Actually, I'll make this last one.
Sorry.
Okay, paraeducators are the backbone of
Sorry,
special education.
Your time is up.
The
Your
bone's
time is
broken.
up.
Okay.
Can I ask you if you don't mind, can you email that complete list to us so we can see the whole thing?
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, followed by Marcus Meyer.
Hello again, Emily Ottenry. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of these thoughts and concerns. I'm here briefly to stand in support with EG Speaks. I'm not going to say too much about my kid's case because he's in 7th grade now and values his privacy, but I would ask that with the culture of special education, we work in schools on teaching kids not to use SPED as a slur against each other, because we see that a lot with the middle school. I would also just like to emphasize the importance of trust in this process. What the district did at the beginning of the year, it just sent shockwaves through every family in the district that is touched by special education. And I have found that some of our IEP meetings, we can have 3 people in a collaborative conversation and be all set. And in other meetings, it's a large team of people following every rule to the letter. And all of that depends on whether they have earned our trust or broken our trust, and how much we can rely on them to know what is best for our child. So this breach of trust has long-term implications that I hope the district will factor in. Thank you.
Marcus Meyer. Oh, okay. That is all of the blue comments for this item.
With that, I'm going to close public comment and call on Mr. David Riley for the presentation.
Do we need a drum roll?
Or drum roll. I actually was wondering, are we going to need chairs up here? If you need them, get them. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, you have the option.
Okay, we'll get started. Good evening, President Charis Espinosa, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Before the special education leadership team begins their update on special education, I wanted to take a moment to recognize the challenges that the 2022-2023 school year has brought, and some of the people who have assisted us in addressing them. First and foremost, I wish to apologize to the parents, guardians, students, staff, and board members who experienced a sudden and abrupt change in the inclusive service model earlier this year. Regardless of the reasons for the change caused great consternation amongst the community. Some of our most fragile and challenged students and their families had to adapt on a dime. For this, I am sincerely sorry. I wish to recognize and express my appreciation for some of the new partnerships and, dare I say, friendships that have emerged from the work that followed these changes. I want to recognize and express gratitude to the members of EG Speaks, whose advocacy has served as the catalyst for us to do better, to evaluate, to reflect, and to engage with our community on a consistent basis. I also want to thank all the parents, guardians who took the time to respond to our surveys, to attend our workshops, and to attend and speak at our board meetings. All of your passion and energy have contributed to the work we have done since that change. Thank you, and to EG Speaks, I want to thank them for the newest addition to my wardrobe, and to Anne's, and happy birthday, Anne. This evening, as part of the special education update, you will be presented with the findings of a data study conducted by our Department of Research and Evaluation. I want to emphasize that even though the findings were summarized as favorable, this by no means suggests that many of our students and families did not experience stress and additional challenges as a result of the change in the inclusive service model. Any large-scale data study or evaluation will not be able to capture the magnitude of any singular experience. We have heard the singular voices, and we will continue to listen to the singular voices as each story and experience and the actions that each generate makes us better and improves the realities of students and families. I also want to thank you, each of the board members, for your questions, your insights and guidance throughout this year and this process. In addition, I want to thank the team of program specialists in special education who provided direct service to school sites and program teams on a daily basis. These program specialists are often called upon when there are challenges, and then they have to assess situations and offer insights and solutions that are oftentimes elusive and complex. We have a great deal more work to do, but together we can continue to improve that educational experience for all students. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ann Regali, Director of Special Education, and the team of special education coordinators, Kelly Park, Melissa Stoneman, and Alicia Wilson. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I got it. Good evening, Chairperson Chavez Espinosa, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Still there. Thank you very much. This evening, we are going to be sharing a number of items, programmatic updates, and all we do aligns with the strategic goals, in particular targeted supports, addressing the needs and services for students with disabilities. As you know, special education is not a place, it's not a building, it's everywhere. Our mission is to provide high quality special education services in the least restrictive environment in each student's home community. We will be again reviewing programmatic updates, recruitment and retention efforts, parents and community, and regional highlights. And at the end, we'll have an opportunity for questions. The scope of the program, 14% of our students receive services from as a student with a disability. That is roughly 9,278 students. I think this morning we looked and it was 9,292. So we had 14 more since this went to print. 70% of our students fall within the mild mod range. That would be our students receiving speech or possibly resource services, learning center services. And 29.5% of our students fall within the moderate to severe range. This chart provides a graphic representation, a continuum of potential service environments, ensuring all students have access to a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And with the bottom blue available to all students, and then the top representing our most intensive supports. I'll turn it over to Alicia Wilson to address our Learning Center and RSP update.
Good evening. Thank you for your attention this evening, board members, superintendent, and Ms. Avalos. So as you can see, as our Learning Center and RSP update, we took a lot of feedback from our teachers, our parents, and our staff to figure out what we're going to focus on for the 22-23 school year. Our first focus was to develop a support model for students requiring level 1 support and an exploration of co-teaching models. Last year, we talked about figuring out how we could expand the Learning Center and really attempt to address all needs of students. So that was our number one focus. Our second focus was to develop a flexible service delivery model based on individualized student needs, not just a model for everyone, and making a manageable workload for teachers. We really heard a lot of feedback about teachers were being overwhelmed, teachers needed more support. We wanted to figure out a way to make it more manageable. During this year, the progress we made some really good progress toward our programmatic design of RSP services. And we did this through a sort of things. We had elementary teacher workshops. We had secondary teacher workshops. We also had lots of feedback from our parents and guardians, which we're very thankful for. It helped us really design a next level for going into 23-24. The biggest one was our caseload reduction and increasing the number of teachers, both in the Learning Center and in the secondary RSP programs. Just a note, the state ed code mandates a caseload cap of 28. Elk Grove made a concerted effort to keep caseloads under 24 for our elementary Learning Center students, monitoring every month, and for 26 for our secondary RSP. That was this year. So every single month we monitor our Learning Center and our RSP to make sure they're under those caseload guidelines. If they're above, we look at how we can support, whether that's assessment assistance, caseload management assistance, or sending another teacher there to support their caseloads. Going into 23-24, we really want to see how we can move forward. What do we need to work on? Thinking about the feedback we got from our parents, our teachers, and our staff, We've had ongoing community forums. We're going to continue with our CAC meetings to make sure we hear the parents that we've heard tonight and going forward. We also hear that paraeducators need support. We want to have paraeducator trainings. We are committed to caseload reduction for teachers. We are averaging for next year 18 to 20 students on our Learning Center caseload and 23 to 25 average for our secondary. This will enable teachers to address the needs of students, do their case management, collaborate with teachers, collaborate with parents, and still get the job done to support students. We want to evaluate our site paraeducator needs. We know that right now we might not have enough for each of our sites, so we're going to see what's the need and provide that support. We heard a lot of support needs for behavior. So we want to increase behavior support to students whose primary placements in general education. Finally, we heard that sometimes the teachers need more support with school psychologists, with behavior, with mental health, with helping writing behavior support plans. So we want to have increased school psychology support to the Learning Center as well. This is our first part of our next steps. We still take ongoing feedback from our parents, from our teachers and our staff to make ongoing progress for next year.
So we had a couple of areas of focus for our self-contained classrooms. The first one was we made a transition this year to what is called the level system. So that represented a restructuring for us of what was formerly known as our PALS, or our Program for the Acquisition of Language and Social Skills, and our Living Skills programs to what is now known as our level system. And that represented a shift for us as a district to programming that was formerly kind of based on a disability that a student had, to really looking at the needs of that student and offering them a level of support that really aligned with their needs. In terms of our progress for 22-23, we are in year 3 of that transition to the level system in our secondary programs, and this has been our first year with our elementary programs. We held a teacher forum in March of 2023 to get feedback from the teachers, hear how it's been going, get a better understanding of what some of their challenges and feedback and how we continue to support them moving forward. Heading into this school year, 22-23, we added 5 additional behavior support specialists, specifically to support implementation of the level system. We understood that teachers may have some students in their classroom that may have different needs than what they were used to, and we wanted to make sure that they had supports in place to help them through that transition. And the behavior support specialists have been a great resource to them. We also had an EGA agreement with EGA in November of 2022, where we will have class size limits or recommendations for our self-contained teachers. And so that has represented a great collaboration with EGA and special education as well. In terms of our next steps for 23-24, looking ahead to the future, we want to continue to gather and implement information from parents and guardians about the change, how they feel, what some of the benefits have been, and some of the challenges that they've seen as well to continue to drive our programming. We want to explore additional curricular resources to help our students be life ready. So one of our goals, college, career, and life ready, and we feel like we're doing a great job really hitting those academic areas, but we want to make sure that we're hitting that life ready and teaching those adaptive skills as well. So that'll be a focus of our work. We'll actually move to implementation of our class size agreement with EGA, and that would represent a class size reduction in many of our self-contained classes, which we feel will both benefit our staff and our students. And we will also be implementing a TKK program. We're excited about this because historically we have served our kindergarten students in a K-2 model, so kindergarten, first and second grade together, and that has presented some challenges in terms of developmental expectations for students. So we're really excited that the TKK we think will be a better developmental fit for students. We've also done a lot of work around our facilities, looking at the location district-wide of our self-contained programs. We really want to make sure that classrooms are equitably distributed across the district, but we also want to make sure that students have the opportunity to have some programmatic consistency at a school site. So if you start somewhere in kindergarten, we really want for you to be able to continue at that school site through sixth grade. And we really feel like that provides continuity for students, but also families to be able to feel a part of a school community and not feel like they're constantly being moved around. So the work that we've done over the course of this year is we've done some strategic planning related to the opening of new classrooms. So over the past several years, really being intentional about where we opened new facilities and trying to keep our strategic goals in mind. We had a series of facilities moves in our high school programs that took place in the summer of 2022 to really, again, get the right programs at the school sites where we needed them. We worked with elementary ed and transportation to create a development of a master facilities plan that will really guide our district in the years moving forward about where we want programs to go and where new programs will go as we open them, so we can really be strategic about getting things in the right place. In terms of next year, we have some additional facilities moves planned for 22-23 or 23, the summer of 2023, sorry. You know, we have facilities that have just grown up over time and are a little haphazard. And so we want to correct that and get things in the right school sites where they need to be. Our long-term goal is to have every program in every region as dictated by programmatic need. Some programs just serve a smaller number of students than others, but where it's possible, we'd like to have every program in every feeder high school region. We also want to do some parent and guardian surveys as well as a transportation survey to get feedback on how we're doing and how parents are experiencing the change. This slide represents some data about the number of students that we're able to serve in their home high school feeder region school. So as you can see, you'll see some data up there from 22-23, and then where we're projected to be for 23-24. We've made some significant growth in terms of being able to serve kids in their home region, and we're really proud of that work. So.
Hi, I'm going to discuss the Academic Behavior and Social Supports Program. We also refer to it as our ABS program. The areas of focus that were identified for this school year were to look at enhancing mental health and behavioral supports in that program, and also looking at the design to ensure that we had flexibility and consistency for our students as they progress and move towards hopefully exiting those programs and going further out into our gen ed. In terms of progress for this school year, we did add 4 mental health therapists, MHTs, to support our elementary and tier 1 ABS programs. That was an added support this year. And then we've also had a teacher feedback workshop where we brought ABS teachers to collectively be in groups and discuss how supports are going and what the needs of the program were. We held that in March. In terms of next steps for the 23-24 school year, it's continuing to evaluate our program and seek input, especially looking at our tier 1, tier 2 model. Our students sometimes need to move to a higher level of support. So looking if that is the correct model and how we're serving our students and the best ed benefit that we can provide. We're also doing some class location changes so that we can have a continuum on one site. This is really primarily in elementary this year so that students, as they change grade bands, they don't have to move to a different school site. They can stay on one campus through the duration of their elementary program.
This slide represents an overview of our preschool program. So we had 678 students who came through our preschool assessment center. The majority of those students, about 90 to 95%, will qualify for special education. And you'll see an overview of the number of students we serve and the number of programs we offer. One thing I want to highlight here that's been new for us this year is our level 1 or Head Start inclusion programs. That represents a collaboration with elementary ed and Tabitha Thompson, the early childhood director, where we do an inclusive preschool classroom. We have a general ed teacher and a special education teacher there 2 days a week, a general education para and a special education para, and we're serving those students in an entirely inclusive environment, which has been a really nice model to be able to kind of round out our continuum of services. Some of our preschool outcomes, 47% of our preschool students and 29% of our TK students who are currently in our special education programs will be going into general education kindergarten classes next year. So really speaks to the efficacy of our preschool programming and the value of early education. We have 10% of our students returning that are currently in a preschool special education class who will be transitioning to that inclusive Head Start classroom next year. So we're proud of that as well.
Okay, I wanted to share a little bit about our transition services. Headed up by Linda Vargas, who is our lead transition specialist. Transition services are provided for students from grades 8 through the adult transition program. And we are currently working on a pilot elementary project that allows for a career exploration. And we have guest speakers and connections with different community agencies. The goals that students work on in transition are ability to make informed choices about career pathways, ability to advocate for themselves, an introduction to the work world, and then, of course, ultimately to successfully transition from school to post-secondary education, employment, independent living. We have had since 1991 a partnership with the Department of Rehabilitation. We have 2 employment placement specialists who work with students on student services to explore different jobs, again, provide instruction in self-advocacy and workplace readiness training. 20% of our transition specialist spend is spent on this transition partnership program with the Department of Rehabilitation.
So in terms of recruitment and retention, we, like many districts across the country, have faced some challenges, as we're aware, with recruitment of special education teachers. It's really required close collaboration and close work with our human resources department to really set ourselves up for the 23-24 school year in making sure that we're prepared to meet our staffing needs for special education. So we've identified the need to hire 70 special education teachers for the 23-24 school year. Part of the reason why this number is a little higher than what we typically see is our new TKK classrooms, where we'll have 2 teachers, both an AM and a PM teacher. So that has sort of bumped up the number of teachers that we need a little bit. However, we have been successful again in working with our partners in human resources. We've offered 40 contingent offers to special education teachers to date. We're doing daily screening of applicants and weekly interviews with every teacher that applies. And so we've been successful in bringing a lot of new teachers on board so far for next year. We have continued work with our related service providers to continue to recruit highly qualified speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, and physical therapists as well. Some of the additional efforts that have happened so far this year, we have a differentiated salary schedule for our special education teachers. So as you know, they received a 15% increase this year, which has helped us to attract quality candidates. We've been working to get folks who have student taught in our district contingent offers. So getting them early and getting them to commit to Elk Grove. So even looking ahead to December 2023, those folks who will be graduating in their credential program and are currently working, we're reaching out to them and doing interviews and exploring contingent offers. We've been giving contingent offers to some of our related service providers like occupational therapists and some school psychologists. And we continue to partner with our EGAA speech and language leads on recruitment for speech and language pathologists. This slide represents some of the recruitment fairs and hiring efforts that special ed and human resources have participated in, and will continue to do so throughout the course of this hiring season.
Another effort to recruit and maintain special education teachers come from within within Elk Grove called our REACH, which is Retaining Educators Through Assistance, Collaboration, and Hiring. It's affectionately known as the REACH program. This was a brainchild of our dearly departed Shelley Clark from Human Resources, who partnered with special education. We worked with University of Pacific on this program, and it's been very successful. We've been able to recruit and maintain teachers through this program. The basis of the program is to have district serving teacher education program that pairs a rigorous full year classroom experience with master's level education content at University of Pacific. So the students get both their in-class support with University of Pacific and then their in-student teaching with Elk Grove Unified. So they're in a year-long residency where they practice their skills, their knowledge, alongside an effective teacher mentor in our high-need classrooms. So our special ed learning centers, our resource programs, our level programs, we have student teachers residents in all those programs. The residents earn 2 credentials, their mild moderate and their extensive support credential, which used to be called the mod severe credential, and they earn a master's in special education in 13 months. So within 13 months, we'll have teachers ready to go and ready to be hired. And within that, they make a 4-year post-graduation commitment to work in Elk Grove in our special ed classrooms. This is a huge success for Elk Grove. We've had this program since 2021. In our first cohort, we hired 13 teachers, 13 out of 13 residents, 13 hired. 21-22, we had cohort 2, we had 19 residents, 19 were hired. We're at 100%. And our third cohort, which is currently going on right now, we have 15 residents. We are anticipating 95% of them will be hired for the 23-24 school year. We have one that still needs to finish one residency requirement. We were told we got approved, very excited for the 23-24 continuation grant, which means 10 more residents for next year. We already finished their interviews. We're working on their placements for mentors. So it's 10 more residents. And then we got approved for the 24-25 school year, a new 3-year grant. So that's another 3 years. And each year our goal is to hire and recruit 20 more special ed teachers. So a total of 60 more in our next 3-year grant. We're very excited about our homegrown efforts to recruit and retain highly qualified special education teachers.
So in terms of retention, we recognize the importance of professional development to really give meaningful training to our teachers and help them be effective educators. So this school year, we've been focusing on different trainings to offer. So curriculum in English language arts and math, our intervention programs, offering teachers time to come in and learn the program with publishers. We've also worked on IEP compliance and case management support for teachers. Another one that we focus on for all staff is our crisis prevention intervention training. That focuses on de-escalation training behavior in the classroom and out, and that is offered to both certificated and classified staff. We have worked on picture communication trainings that is focused on our self-contained classrooms and how we work with students in language development. And then also partnering with other departments. So CPL and English language services, English in English and math. So both curriculum. For next school year, we're going to continue our efforts to meet with our teachers monthly in the Learning Center and RSP. We also want to bring together our self-contained job-alike groups at least quarterly. We're really hearing the feedback for paraeducator trainings so that we can support all students, both in the Learning Center and general education, as well as self-contained environment. Also the importance of that new teacher onboarding. So making sure that teachers feel prepared when they enter the classroom on day one. And continuing those curriculum trainings. We also are bringing back our quarterly steering meetings, which is a collective of teachers to look at our curriculum, our adopted programs, and to review those and monitor their effectiveness. And also, again, partnering with CPL trainings for first instruction, where we are really focusing on decoding, comprehension, and writing so that our students are equipped as they
move through the different grades.
Okay, areas of focus for parents and community, engaging in ongoing programmatic evaluation with input and feedback from all stakeholders. Something we've been working on, holding parent workshops, holding staff workshops, community workshops. We've had members of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities meet with us. We have developed an ad hoc inclusion committee through our community advisory committee. We are collaborating with the families and community engagement folks and collaborating with our research and evaluation team. Next steps, continued receiving continued input from parents and guardians and staff through teacher forums, and again, collaboration with our communities and community advisory committee meetings. And we are developing an additional parent survey. We've received feedback, and we're going to be sending out another parent survey soon. On May 3rd, I'm excited to share that 3 program specialists are joining me and our EG Speaks parent group to participate in this SELPA Legislative Sharing Day at the Capitol. Changes to the inclusive services model. In September, the district made a change to the inclusive services model. That's probably not new. Since then, we have had a number of stakeholder meetings, workshops, community forums, small group and individual meetings throughout the year to address the challenges associated with the change. And to our friends in EG Speaks, both David and I are wearing these shirts, and I do believe that we've made a lot of progress in terms of addressing the primary concerns. We have a lot of work to do, and we're aware. The following data study was conducted by EGUSD's Research and Evaluation Department, and it is one byproduct of this work. Staff will continue to work collaboratively with and monitor the progress of students and families impacted by this change. Special ed and our RED collaborated as means to gauge the impact of the changes in this service by looking at the changes in mid-year outcomes for our inclusion students. And a number of folks have alluded to this study. And it was compared to students who had not previously had inclusion specialist support. Jeremy Henshaw is here and Christine Hakito, they helped develop this survey. The metrics selected for the analytics include daily attendance, grade point average, student discipline data, and social emotional learning. The district's annual student survey of social emotional learning skills is used to assess the student's capacity to integrate the skills, attitudes, and behaviors to deal effectively and ethically with daily tasks and challenges. The survey was originally conducted by the core districts and has been annually administered each winter to students in grades 3 through 12. RED, Jeremy, and Christine identified a group of similar students through a technique called propensity score matching. And at the risk of sounding like a statistician or a researcher, I'm going to just plug away here. The technique utilizes a statistical model to match students with similar demographics. And you can see the listed demographics to relative to inclusion students. Each student match had to be an exact match on the following variables of interest for special education students: primary disability, alternate assessment participation, instructional setting, and grade level. The hypothesis is if inclusion students were negatively impacted by the loss of the service, then their outcomes should either decrease more than the comparison group or increase less. The conclusion in terms of the mid-year outcomes of students in the inclusive setting were favorable for inclusion students relative to the comparison group, though differences between the two groups were not found to be significant. If you look here, the dots represent the average change in outcome for each group, and the bars extending the dot are the confidence intervals. If the bars overlap at all in the same vertical space as they do in these charts, then the differences were not found to be significant. So you look at this first chart, social emotional learning, the differences were not significant. Again, attendance, the differences were not statistically significantly different, nor were they with GPA or suspension. And I would just like to reiterate what I think both David and a number of our parents mentioned, that this in no way addresses the concerns that many families felt, and we continue to work to address their concerns. Now we have some regional highlights. And again, David mentioned our program specialists worked very hard, and they've to put these together, and we're very proud and appreciative. This concludes our presentation, and if you have no questions, we'd like to thank you for your time.
Appreciate that your sense of humor is still intact at this late hour, ma'am. I'm sure we will have lots of questions and comments. Mr. Track had to leave early to study for a test. We wish him well tomorrow. I will start comments and questions with Mr. Fortuna and go down the line.
Thank you. I'm just going to make some statements. I don't have any questions because I've had the opportunity to go over the report and also attend the community meeting last Tuesday. I want to share that after the first community meeting, I had stated that at best it was contentious. The meeting we had last week was completely different. The information provided was comprehensive. it was such that questions and concerns that had been raised by community members were addressed. And leaving that meeting, I felt that special education was in a better place than where it had been the day before. And I strongly felt it will be better going forward. Not that I need to do an education, but I do need to state that when it comes to special education, there's two terms that do a disservice to everyone who tries to serve them. One is special education and the other is inclusion. And least restrictive environment and inclusion are not synonymous. When we look at children, to compartmentalize them oftentimes does a disservice. Unfortunately, it's the funding that dictates where we plug kids in. And it's always important to remember that the least restrictive environment is determined by the IEP committee. The parents and the people working with the children determine what least restrictive environment is for that individual child, excuse me. And it certainly meets the test of equity. We had some people talk about equity in special education tonight. Simply, equity just means providing what a particular student needs in order to benefit from the education provided. It's not particularly difficult to understand that. My hats off to our staff. My hats off to the community, because the collaborative nature of where we are today is evident. Individual issues are still being addressed as they should appropriately. We have work to do. Staff has identified that work, but I believe firmly that we really have moved. I'm struggling for a word. I was gonna say rapidly, but I guess 8 months, you can't say rapidly when it's been 8 months. But we are moving in a positive direction. And I really believe that the community and the district are both receptive to working with one another. And as long as that door stays open, everyone wins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Mr. Yang?
Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. It's been a long road for Mr. Rowley and the team that been working tirelessly to get to this point. I think that's fair to say. And I want to take off my hat to your team. I want to do a special shout out to all the parents that continue to come in wearing the red shirts, and the ones that are not wearing red shirts but still continue to come in to support and push this district to do better for our special education students, in particularly the inclusion specialist students. And I also want to thank you, the board members and everyone that is involved in this process. I, along with other boards who's been personally involved with this process from the beginning, talking to different parties, talking to parents, talking to staff, board members. And I believe I worked really hard, in the behind the doors to make a change along with everyone else that has been working hard. And I don't have any particular questions at this point because I have done my share of asking questions and constructively picking this and that. And David and I have many extensive conversation. And I think that David has, has come a long way in terms of understanding how, in particular, the specialists, the inclusion specialist group of parents and students, how vulnerable they are, and how much of a need of attention they need, just to make sure you show that you care. And sometimes it's not just what you show, but it's also what you say and the way you say it, to really touch their hearts, that they truly believe that you care, and not just, try to show them the data and statistically say, hey, we doing the right thing, but, coming off, the wrong way, that's still not good enough, right? And I see that progression of, of everything coming together, making that push going forward, making that improvement, and then, the whole 9 yards. I know there's a lot of work left to be done, but I'm happy to see what I see, what I heard. And I think that, the parents are, in a better place as well, as far as having some sort of belief that we are doing the right thing, meaning all of us. And that I'm very, very happy. And with that said, I think that this school district is a really big school district, and we cannot neglect any group of people, especially the most vulnerable and sensitive group of kids. And I'm glad that you guys are doing, what you guys have done and continue to do what you do. I just really, really happy as a parent of a couple of autistic kids. I say this and reflect of all the parents that have kids in this nature. It's a emotional roller coaster daily, and it's tougher than some people think. And for David as the head of the snake, to come this far, I took my hat off to him and all of you ladies and the people that work in this group. And I will continue to support whatever I can to continue to give constructive criticism like I have had and gonna continue to do the same. But I just want to say good job, and we'll continue to be here to support you all. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Ms. Albiani?
I'll be very short. I have one comment on slide 5. I believe what's available on the internet is reversed. So,
that was it, the 29% versus the 70?
yes.
You caught it.
So,
Yeah.
so it's just kind of shocking.
Yeah.
When you hear it right, I was
Yeah.
concerned. So I don't, if
My-
we can
my
get that fixed in-
apologies.
no, it's
Yeah.
no big deal. I just think we need to fix it for the record. So people understand.
Thank you for the one that was uploaded, because the one we used today, we had fixed, but
Yes,
thank you.
today's was correct.
Yeah,
but the
thank
one
you
that's
for
uploaded is
catching
different.
that.
So I just wanted to make sure we do that. I'm excited about the regional model. I really think that's so special that you don't take your one child another place. There's so many levels when you've got a child that needs extra needs, and to be able to bring them and keep them, and you're all rooting at the same high school football games, and you might see your teachers, and there's just a social aspect to that that can't be undervalued. And we cannot do it all the time, but the fact that we're making a genuine effort to that to create family and community means a ton to me. So thank you very much for that. I want to recognize Mr. Fortina's expertise, and I appreciate his work in this. He has a history of this, and he has so much knowledge that he brings for us, and many of us with this experience in our own lives as well. So I wanted to say that the staff, it was a very challenging year. We appreciate your work. It's obvious you've been listening. You've been I don't think you'd be in this job if you didn't care about kids. So we appreciate what you do for our children very much so, and how you handled this professionally and kept trying to show that you do care until it finally got heard. And I did hear Emily today that there's some trust issues, and that happens in relationships. But the fact that you're fully engaged to recreate those relationships, and I think the people that have come, and EG speaks for all the things you've done. You already have a lot on your plate, I know, with your children, and you've stepped up beyond and really and come to a point of that we can meet. And I appreciate you and those efforts. And I know you're doing what you know is best for your children. And really, I think at least 4 times in this presentation, they said for the child, and they aren't trying to generalize, and we're trying to find ways to be more in tune to each child. But there is no better teacher than their own parents. There's no one who knows best what their parents are for. And from someone who sat in some meetings, those are hard meetings to go to. And for our staff to be open to hearing what your child needs, and for you to be able to hold it together to tell them what your child needs, I have great respect. So thank you for all the help. Thank you for the great report.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Ms. Jamerson?
Good evening. First, I just want to thank David for that opening letter that you shared, and just sharing your vulnerability, taking accountability. And I think as a leader, we all second guess decisions that we make, and sometimes we don't always make the decisions that, even though they're with the best intent. So I really wanted to say thank you for that opening letter. One thing I do want to call out that we don't talk about, or that we haven't really talked about, is the intersectionality between our special ed students and our students of color. And so we have a group of students that are marginalized in 2 ways. And so I just want to make sure that we kind of bring that to the attention of the community. I know that you are aware. I know that our parents are here trying to make you aware of that. And I just want to make sure the community is aware that we can't forget that. I think that, again, sometimes we make decisions that we think are in the best interest for communities. And instead, when we think about inclusivity means not making decisions for people, but with people. And marginalized groups have a history of trauma, of people making decisions for them without having any agency. And I think that part of what we saw when some of these changes were made was a reaction to, once again, having no agency in the decision making for marginalized groups. And so again, I want to thank the parents for keeping us in check with that. I really want to call attention to that. And I appreciate that this group had the hard work of trying to move forward in that space. And I really hope that the rest of our district is able, when decisions are made, that they now follow the model that you have followed in trying to build relationships and trying to be inclusive in making decisions with folks. So I commend you on kind of sticking it through and coming out on the other end. It is, there's still work to do, but I appreciate that you're still here and you're still working towards that rebuilding of trust. A couple of questions besides my soliloquy there. We talked a little bit, or or maybe I'd like to hear a little bit more about the culture. We've heard from some parents, we've heard from some staff about educating more of our general ed teachers, bringing some awareness to our students. I attended the silent disco that was over at Alethea Donner. I would love to see more events and things to bring the entire school site into this and to change that culture. Do we have plans and do we have funding to go with those plans to do things to change the culture?
Sure. Something that, and correct me if I don't have the dates or times, we are, in addition to the silent disco, we are having the multicultural fairs at the sites are now having a neurodiversity table to support students with disabilities. And we have one Thursday in the Franklin region at Costello from 5 to 7, you're invited. And a number of our schools, and if our program specialists are watching and I didn't identify those, I apologize, but we will extend an invitation. But that's one way. So that addresses, again, your question about the importance of the intersectionality. That's an opportunity to address both of those. Something else we're doing is in the Community Advisory Committee, we are working on a Inclusion Awareness Week in December, modeled after the a nationwide Inclusion Awareness Week. What other additional efforts am I missing? You may. Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
On a nuts and bolts level, one of the things that we're adding is additional behavior supports and behavior specialists in our learning centers, focusing on the elementary centers. But not only with the focus of training our learning centers on how to foster inclusivity, but what's most important is training our general education teachers.
Right.
That's what we need to do. And just to be honest, and it's daunting, the size of this district, and for that to be on, our, special education. And I'm going to share something. I had a meeting with a school psychologist this morning, and we were talking about the recruitment of special education teachers. And she said something that kind of was a catalyst for a bit of epiphany for me. She said, all general education teachers are special education teachers. And it goes to Mr. Fortina's point. The worst thing that happened to special education is that it was labeled special. It's something other, and it's not. So we really need to stitch the seams, and we need to become more seamless with general education. Our efforts to pilot co-teaching opportunities so that we have special education teachers not living in learning centers all day, but spending up to 2/3 of their day in classrooms, consulting with teachers, taking care of their IEPs, and giving those students their specialized academic instruction in real time in their general education classes with the general education teacher learning from the special education teacher. That's where we need to get. So, whereas these events and changing culture are very important, but it's really the nuts and bolts and the training that needs to happen. And that's why we're adding additional school psychologists. That's why we're adding behavior support specialists. And we're not just focused on training the teachers. Our future workshops next year, I want to see more of an integration of our general education teachers coming into those trainings and learning side by side with our special to blur that boundary. And that's going to take years because cultural change takes years. But I go back to my colleagues in EG Speaks. They're the catalyst to kind of make that work as rapid as possible. We're not going to get complacent with that. And we're fortunate is that we get resources to add additional every year to special education. And so we have targeted those resources towards that very effort. So like you said, a lot of work to do. It's going to take time, but we're going to do it.
Also, like to just a shout out to Mark Cerruti and Jen Avey and Don Ross. This is the first time that we have ever had our SIGDIS, so we are found significantly disproportionate with over identification of African student and Black students as having emotional disturbance and discipline. They drafted and worked with me and worked with our team to draft our action items on our SIGDIS plan. And that work is imperative because we are not looking at how these students, once they're identified, our work is an intervention and pre-referral to keep them from being identified. And that work happens with all of our counterparts in ed services, our secondary directors, our elementary directors, and they invite us as a team, and we are working on presenting to the principal meetings. And I think through that work, we're going to make some cultural changes. So super proud of that. And thank you very much. That was a really big deal for us.
That's so great. I love hearing about how we can de-silo. And again, you guys are modeling that so that we can really share those best practices and work together. Two more questions, sorry. One is talking about the professional development. We've heard in multiple meetings about contracted paraprofessionals. And is there a way to include those contracted paraprofessionals in this professional development?
Kelly Park?
Yes, so we have definitely heard the need for paraeducator trainings. We have two groups of paraeducators. We have our EGA classified staff, but we also have our non-public agencies. So really trying to partner with CSEA and how we are educating our paraeducators and growth opportunities and training so that it's an attractive position that they want to stay in because they do, right? They pick those jobs because they care about our students and love our kids. So next year, definite proposals for paraeducator trainings, more CPI opportunities. Again, that's the verbal de-escalation, but also trainings. Our paras deliver a lot of instruction in our self-contained classes. So really bringing them into curriculum trainings and making sure that they're able to help in small group instruction in the self-contained setting. And then on the Learning Center and RSP side, really partnering, coming in with those teachers, right? And having trainings alongside each other of how we're going to push into the gen ed environment and support our students in those classrooms. It's a long-term plan, right? But working with Gen AV and CPL in terms of how we're allocating funds for training. And Jennifer Wilbanks is going to be a partner in that as well on the classified side. So it's a definite priority and really building up our EGA para hires so that we can offer all those trainings to our people.
Perfect. Thank you. And again, just thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to come to answer
Painting the next question.
Okay. Again, I think that you've also, nothing's going to change tomorrow. We have great ideas about how to make things better. And I just appreciate you putting in the work despite it being daunting. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Vargas.
I join my colleagues in thanking you profusely for what I know was an enormous amount of work over the course of this year. Also, thank you for clearly listening to not just the community, but also, what we are asking for. One of the things was numbers, right? Asking for assessment, asking for research, and you guys clearly gave us that. And I appreciate that immensely because I think it helps to, not just make the case, but also, provide evidence that, the district is doing what it says it's going to do and, is trying to achieve the goals that we've set out. I do have, not to in any way, shape or form limit that appreciation. I want to grasp on two sort of, loose ends. The first one being, it seemed like I love that there's a plan. It seems like the plan hinges a lot on hiring, which we've struggled with, we and everybody else. And so I appreciate all of the different ways that hiring, that you've addressed that concern around hiring. All of the different programs are absolutely incredible. And so my question is sort of at a higher level, like, are you confident that we're going to reach the numbers that we need to reach in order to achieve these goals? And, you know, in addition to that, does that account for anticipated attrition? Are we just talking about our current need, or are we also taking into account that people will retire, people will choose to leave, people will move? And then lastly, as if I'm not giving you enough, what is the contingency if we get to day one of the next year and we're just not there? What do we do?
School plan for the 2 teachers who want to speak to it.
So I think we've taken a lot of efforts so far, and we shared with those in the board presentation to help get us into a really good place heading into next school year in terms of teachers. One area of struggle has still been finding those teachers with the mod severe credentials. And we've been working closely. We have weekly meetings with our human resources department to really get a think tank of people working on those solutions. So that if we start to get to that point where we're looking like we're going to have some vacancies, we have a lot of great minds leaning into that work. You know, we're looking at our TKK programs and where we have them staffed with 2 teachers. We're taking a look at numbers. Are there programs that we could consolidate? Might we explore a teacher with one of our reach candidates, right? So having that be the second person. So we're really looking at those programs as possible places where we may be able to recapture some of our teacher staff and reallocate them. But we're hoping that our efforts are successful, and it's still early for us to kind of pull the trigger on any of those kinds of things, but we are talking about it and leaning into that work so that we don't end up at the point, you know, where the school year has started and we're struggling to find staff.
If I could just add a little bit more detail on that. So in terms of the TK, that's one of our challenges, 13 new TKK classes. 13 means 26 teachers. So one thing that we're looking at doing moving forward is before we stack an AM PM session with 2 credentialed teachers, we're ensuring that we have as a base a credentialed teacher. That way we can put an intern in the PM or, you know, vice versa. We might even we have some very experienced long-term substitutes who work exclusively in our special ed. We could pair that because one of the jobs of the TKK, you might be the lead teacher in the AM, but your responsibility in the afternoon is to be on hand and to be that support, almost like a co-teaching model, but with 2 special education teachers. And we feel like with 1 credentialed teacher in the room, we can still offer a quality program. So that's a contingency. That's not the ideal, and it's not what but that's one. We could take other teachers and move them elsewhere in mod severe context. The other thing that we really appreciated the efforts due to Emric Singh's leadership in human resources is really identifying as substitutes come in who have special education credentials. They send out emails when we onboard a new substitute with a credential. And as evidence today, when I see that, I forward it to the team, said, let's call this person, let's see what their needs are. Can they work part-time? Do they need a certain authorization? So we've actually been able to hire and retain, you know, internally through that process. So we have, and we meet weekly, as Melissa said, or not weekly, every 2 weeks with human resources, and we're brainstorming all these. So we have 5 or 6 different contingency possibilities in our back pocket. But again, we're in the prime of the hiring season, 40 contingent offers with our goal of 70. It is difficult to anticipate attrition because some people do wait to announce their retirement, but most teachers do put in their retirement shortly after spring break. So we feel like we have the majority of the picture in terms of resignations and retirements, but we're, like Melissa said, we're on it every day.
Good. I appreciate knowing that. I think that's incredibly important, and it's something to just keep in mind as things go. The other question that I have actually got raised a little bit already in your answer, which is how are we, because you mentioned, right, one of the biggest challenges we have is finding that, mod severe credential, right? And so how are we ensuring that we have the credentials we need in order to ensure that students are matched up with someone who has the credential that's appropriate for their needs?
Yeah, so we have constructs in this district about, what credential aligns with what type of classrooms. So, it's really those level 4 classrooms where we need a mod severe teacher. The other classrooms, we have a little bit more flexibility in terms of mild mod, mod severe. And that's something that's disability driven through the California Department of Ed. So, I think for us, a portion of the work is really looking at our level 4 classes, right? How do we make those attractive to teachers? What are some of the challenges, right, in those classrooms? How do we address them? How do we make them places where teachers want to work? And then also our partnerships with local universities in attracting teachers to our district who are seeking a mod severe credential and enrolled in those programs. They're noticing the lack of interest as well. So it's not simply an Elk Grove problem, but having those partnerships is really beneficial because it's a pipeline to get teachers into the district who do have those types of credentials.
Great. And that's everything I have. Thank you again for all of your hard work. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Pettis.
Mr. Riley, glad you just said what you said. And I echo my fellow board members, takes a man to do that.
Is your mic on, sir?
Takes a man to do that. But yet, I think you just had marching orders. It did come, I don't think it came from you directly. It came from the superintendent and the other administrative staff. I don't know, because nobody has said that. So, but yet you came forward and because you're in personnel, and in your program. And so.
Let me just clarify. I was not directed to do that. And I think there's some people in the back who can attest that did come from my heart, and that came from months of meeting with the people in the back, and specifically, a conversation that I had with them yesterday. So I apologize if that didn't come as it was heartfelt.
Good. I'm glad you said
So
that.
I was not directed to do that. No.
Okay, well, but yet, I don't think you should, well, it seemed like you were taking the full blame. Well, and there's more history to this decision to what we did 8 months ago. And it created a lot of anxiety, for this whole board because we weren't aware of that, what was going on and the plans of, this whole process we're talking about today and how the changes that we're going to get. Was it because of the fiscal issues? We didn't know. Was it because of a lack of special education teachers? We didn't know, but we were getting a lot of information, more so from our community, parents and staff, what was going on initially in this process or in this section or this program within our Elk Grove Unified School District. And it caused a lot of pain throughout our district, and so, we hanged in there as a board, but yet, it should never have happened. Number one, going that process. I imagine other school districts have gone, did a complete change or a model per se. Now, what is the model? What's the name of the model to this day? And I heard somebody say it's a regional model. Is it a regional model?
Our overall structure is based on the regional model, but how we're serving and delivering inclusive services is part of our resource specialists, services and secondary, and our learning centers. And I would be more than happy to sit down with you, Mr. Perez, and kind of take you through the details of the plan and the work that we're doing.
Yes, I get back to the SELPA, of our district. And that's, I think, is the guideline and the plan, both at the state level and the local level, and parent involvement, staff involvement, to bring about change within for the best of the student. So that's what, really hurts me and angered me. I had a lot of different types of feelings, until even today, because, like Mr. Yang said, we have children who are going through this process or have gone through the process. And it's a lot of, feelings, even sleepless nights. Just like Mr. Hoffman, he has a lot of sleepless nights because of our students and what he's thinking, and so that's, I want to express that right now because, I have to let it out, because if I don't let it out, I won't sleep tonight myself. And let's go. So we are going to evolve into a regional approach, two variety of models, self-contained classrooms and pull out in classroom. We're evolving, right? And are we using any other, again, I'm going to bring out the Golden Bell Awards. I went back home and studied all these Golden Bell Awards programs throughout the state of California back 20 years. And we, there is models out there. So is there any other model we're following?
That's the question, is there a model? Something you identified, and I appreciate your work on that, the local plan. There's a requirement that we have that reviewed by our community advisory committee.
Right.
And thank you for bringing that up. I think that community advisory committee, of which a number of our EG Speaks are now participating in, has a whole new opportunity. It was almost perfunctory in the last 10 years.
Right.
Those meetings, we held them, we had parent trainings, but now they've come to life.
Right.
And I appreciate that. That is where that parent feedback is going to happen. It's provided for in Ed Code. And so we are going to be, I think, developing a more robust community advisory committee to be able to get stakeholder feedback and how we choose to move forward as a district. So thank you for bringing up the local plan.
Yes, and there's a state plan, and there's association of administrators who have, and I came across the 2-page resolution. How are they going to use, the whole plan? Remarkable. Every time you have a subject matter, I'm learning all the time. It's from the SELPA, Administrators of California Special Education
Local
Plan
area.
Yeah. Beautiful document. And I'm going to give it to you and to the staff. And because of the fact that there's a lot of good information I learned just reading this as administrators and what you're going through right now. And I'm a lifetime learner. I never say that I haven't, stopped learning. So I imagine, and changes happen because of budgets, because of the world, COVID, blah, blah, blah. But so anyway, I want to bring that to your attention.
Please do. Thank you.
And so I was wondering, when we made these changes, it worried me a lot. And I'm going to say what, it was coming back in my head. I was afraid of a lawsuit. I said, I don't want a lawsuit. You need to go speak to those parents and those staff to get this thing going ASAP. That was my attitude because, I think compliance issues we had and what the parents were saying, they were in the right. And okay, and IEPs, you didn't have very much information on that issue. How many we have there's a lot of changes, right? Because of staffing. So how many of all those students IEPs do we still have to sit down with those parents Are those all completed? Those are things I wonder about, you know? And in the report, I was warning about that issue and so, you know, and that's the most important thing. That dictates services, correct?
Correct.
Right, and how much service for each individual student. Let me go back and say, what happened is, I'm not sure how it happened again, the numbering system of your presentation, did it change? again? Yeah.
It
So
was,
my
it was
numbering,
off by a couple of pages.
yeah,
The pictures were
Yeah.
two of the community pictures from transitional services
Mhm.
were placed
okay, so
near the slides. And we put them into
So it wasn't me.
slideshow. No,
Okay.
my apologies.
No
We did
problem.
have the numbers though.
So anyway,
Yeah.
I can bear with it.
That's 3 mistakes now we're getting.
You know, you didn't use full inclusion, and I mentioned, you know, my child, it was the first child that went through full inclusion, Anna Kirchgater, at 5. He was the first child in the daycare center at downtown. And so, you know, all that experience with special ed I have. And I like what the comment you said about the psychologist you mentioned. Every student, a special ed student is a general ed student. It's true. You know, as English learners, we have handicaps, you know, learning English, you know, and a short time of being a handicapped English learner, we get out of that particular educational issue. And so yes, I like that, what he said. So, and then you didn't have partners, you know, I dealt with Alta regional centers and advisor and all that, you know, and I got to learn a lot about them. So you had community people in there. I didn't see Alta regional or how they could provide services or resources.
Sure.
And-
We did meet with, they presented to our program
Yeah.
specialist team on Thursday, Alta Regional. And they've developed a new education manager for
Right.
that very reason. Just in the last year,
Mhm.
they Alta Regional now has someone designated to support students with special needs.
So I learned a long time ago, least restrictive environment and Anna Kirchgater, they're supposed to provide that for them. And they're wonderful teachers and staff there, and you know, some people are still there, or you know, it's gone a long ways, education, you know, before they never had students like my child in school, Down syndrome boy. Well, so we're developing a support model for students requiring level one support, excellent at all schools, looks like. And yes, it's going to take time, but I'll be patient.
Mr. Bettis.
What?
You are at 11 minutes already. I just want,
No.
I'm speaking, sir.
No.
I just,
So I put the timer on.
good for you. I'm not done speaking. So,
thought I was sorry. Oh, you're right.
want to remind you, that's okay. I'm still trying to finish though. So if you can listen to me, please.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to remind you that this is our time to make substantive comments, not to go through page by page and comment on every page of the slide presentation, especially one with 77 pages.
I want to give some kudos, congratulations, that you have, you know, there's a lot of pages. Again, we've run out of time for this important issue. You know, I like to have seen data by, now we call it regions, not by trustee areas, feeder schools, I learned. Now, I don't, we do assessments. I look at our webpage, we have an assessment, but I've seen other school districts, they have assessment, research and evaluation. How does that work within special ed?
Well, we partnered on this particular project to receive information or feedback on how inclusion students
Right.
fared with the comparative group.
Right.
So we worked with Christine Hikito and Jeremy Henshaw.
Mhm.
And we'll continue to partner with them. And as I mentioned, our work with Ed Services with Mark Sturdy and Jen Avey to make sure we're looking at data to make informed decisions.
Exactly. That's why I said they're not, you know, when I see the special ed programs in other districts, they have that combined. Because first of all, you gotta have the base, you have to do assessment, and then the outcomes, you measure what you've done and learn, the student learns. So that's common sense. And you actually are doing it on preschool program overview. You say that preschool assessment center, that's what you're talking about. And I'm a supporter of early childhood development and get the kids in the education arena as soon as possible. English language learners. Let's go back. I'm going to concentrate on our personnel recruitment retention. I'm very concerned. You know, I know who were. I had good friends that went to University of Pacific. But I'm concerned. What type of student are we getting, or teacher as a result of this outcome? Are we getting? I'm concerned that we don't have culturally, linguistically competent special ed teachers in our schools, and there was no ethnic makeup of these particular trainees. So I was wondering, what type of candidates or teachers are we getting now in this program? Because to me, it's again, that's another area that, you know, students need to see a person of color, a student that's a teacher that's linguistically capable to speak to them in their native language and to transition. So, you know, those are the things that I'm concerned about regarding the program. I'm glad you had, and each year was there also, like, I was wondering on your page 28, your reach cohort, every year when you started, were they 20 students? And 7 dropped out and you got 13?
No, the first cohort only had 13.
Okay, very good.
The second cohort only had 19.
Okay, very
Current
good.
cohort only had 15. Our goal was 20, but we did not get that goal.
Okay,
for yours, which is why we got the continuation grant. And to address your question about the multicultural and linguistic diversity, all of our candidates, we do interviews with them, and we have a very diverse group. Our current cohort has people of color, we have people of different disabilities, we have some alternative lifestyle and sexual orientation preference, which they've listed out to us. So we are very clear on making sure that our reflective population of our teachers addresses the students in our schools. So we're very aware that we have not been as culturally diverse as we could have been in this district, but we made a commitment with our REACH program to bring in diverse for people of color, SES status, sexual preference, orientation, transgender. We have all of that in our program. So that's not something that we have taken lightly. So please know that.
I'm reading your report, that it was mentioned. So I wonder.
Working on retention and recruitment.
Okay, good.
We knew we need that.
And I'd like to congratulate you that 2024-25 are getting a 3-year grant. Excellent. Now, did you or could you have added more students into that program?
20 is a really good number to work with. We have to have mentors, we have to have student teachers, we have to have classes to put them in, and we're already having struggles finding placement. So 20 is a nice round number, and it's even to get mentors and mentees.
Very good. Very
And
good.
Mr. Bettis, you're at 16 minutes. Could we get your final 1 or 2 questions?
Hey, well, you know what? Like I said, and also there wasn't a budget in there in your report, and also maybe and any fiscal projections of maybe how much we're growing per year and how much we might need next, 10-year cycle down the road, as we grow in this district. Have you thought of doing that also?
Yeah, we could get that to you, and that is in our local plan,
Okay, yeah.
the allocations for every level of service.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to look at that with you anytime, or
Right.
David would too.
And there was an issue regarding the research evaluation study. I have a lot of issues within that section, but don't have time. But I'll research that and provide you with some information again. Thank you very much for doing an excellent job under the circumstances, but
thank you.
Be prepared that we're going to get more monies.
Yay, I like great.
From the legislative body and the governor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bettis. I get to be brief because my colleagues have already made such great comments and questions. No, really. I will just zoom through. I really appreciate the focus on improved continuity within a site and within a region for all the reasons that have been stated. When we talk about changing the culture across the board for inclusivity and just real integration of all of our students, I think it begins with that issue. So thank you so much for your focus on that. Let's see. You know, I couldn't help but notice the to-do list is very long. It needs to be, right? It's ambitious, it's daunting. We have a lot to do. Every time, you know, I recognize progress from up here, I'm accused of taking a victory lap prematurely. So I just want to add my usual disclaimer that I don't think anyone up here is under the impression that we are done, that we have solved anything. But I do really appreciate the thoughtfulness of, you know, with which you have developed the work plan and identified the targets to come. I really appreciate the comments about intersectionality and cultural and linguistic competence. I want to associate myself with that. And I will just end talking about trust, right? Thank you, Mr. Riley, for your comments at the top of the presentation. My perspective has always been that responsibility flows upward. So we are an organization of human beings that are imperfect and we mess up sometimes. It's probably not the last time that it's happened. Each and every time that we as an organization mess up, that we make a mistake, that we fall short of meeting the needs of our kids, I feel it very personally. I think that is my individual responsibility as a board member and a collective responsibility of this board. And I know how hard it is to you know, how hard it feels to fall short when we care so much about meeting the needs of our kids. So I really appreciate your comments, because I think they go a long way in starting to rebuild that trust that we have lost. And with that, you know, I want to thank all of the staff, everybody who's involved, but I also want to thank the parents. We put you in a really rough spot and we followed it up by making a really big ask of you, which was, I know we've lost your trust, but please engage with us on the subject that you're most vulnerable about. And you did it. You rose to the challenge, and we are not nearly as good at solving problems without your input and your insights. So thank you so much for doing such a hard thing and helping us to do better by not just your kids, all of our kids. It is not gone unnoticed. It is not you know, unappreciated. It means a lot to all of us. And with that, just thank you for the presentation. I know we are all interested and really look forward to future updates on this topic. Thank you for your work. Yeah. Our next item. Mr. Riley, had you closed? Did I, if you're not done, feel free. Okay. Okay, he's ready. Our next item is public hearing action items, tentative agreement between EGUSD and AFSCME for 2022-23 and 23-24. Take it away, Mr. Riley.
All right, hello again, wearing a different hat. The tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 258 for the 2022, 2023, and 23-24 school years. I'm sorry, 2023 and 2024 school years has been ratified by a vote of the AFSCME members. Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review by the Sacramento County Office of Education of negotiated agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget. The AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the tentative agreement, is attached and was submitted to SCOE for their review and has been approved. As such, the EGUSD board is asked to approve or ratify the attached 22-23, and 23-24 tentative agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
Madam President, we have no Zoom comments.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
No, we do not have any blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing that I didn't announce that I opened, but I'm going to close it now and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 258, for the 2022-23 and 23-24 school years.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously. The next item is another tentative agreement between EGUSD and our California School Employees Association for 2022-23 and 23-24. Go ahead, Mr. Riley.
Thank you. The tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Elk Grove Chapter 831 for the 2022 and 2023 and 2023-2024 school years has been ratified by a vote of the CSEA members. Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review by the Sacramento County Office of Education of negotiated agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget. The AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the tentative agreement, is attached and was submitted to SCOE for their review and has been approved. As such, the EGUSD board is asked to approve or ratify the attached 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024 tentative agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I'm going to open the public hearing and ask Ms. Lavasser if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Elk Grove Chapter number 831 for the 2022-23 and 23-24 school years.
So moved.
So moved.
Have a
And I'll second.
moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously.
Yep.
We will move on to board member and superintendent reports. I will look to my left. Any reports on official board business, committees that have met? Mr. Bettis, Mr. Vargas? Ms. Jamerson?
We had a meeting with the PI group as they are going through the comparability study, and I think that we're all on the same page. It was mainly a meeting for clarifying questions as we continue on this process.
Ms. Albiani? Okay, Mr. Yang? Mr. Fortuna, go ahead.
Yes. Both you and I had a wonderful architect subcommittee meeting in which we discussed changes to our current boardroom. And we're going to bring it, out of the dark ages and have it more relevant and more useful and more functional. And there'll be down the road, architect will continue to work on the plans, and we'll have continued meetings, but the layout that has been proposed by the architect is functional, and the telecommunications is going to be what we have been in dire need of. So looking forward to the additional changes that'll come for review.
Is that you're done? Yep. Okay. I think we've been doing so much work in board subcommittees that you all are forgetting. So I'm going to remind you. The Finance Subcommittee also met on April 11th. So the exact, see what I'm saying? We've been busy. So Ms. Albiani and Mr. Fortuna and I met and we developed some pretty substantive recommendations that the board will be seeing in an upcoming board communication. We also, I guess I deputized them as a ledge committee. We took a position as we were asked to on a piece of legislation that is hopefully going to provide a state facility for school resource officers to be trained to deal with the types of security issues that unfortunately schools have to face these days. Mr. Fortuna talked about the board architect subcommittee. The plans are phenomenal and they're still being refined. We are very excited to share that with the rest of you. Ms. Jamerson talked about PI, thank you. And lastly, I will just mention the California School Boards Association Legislative Committee also met this past Friday and took positions on various pieces of legislation. We also discussed the implementation of the late start mandate, how that's going, challenges, maybe some adjustments that need to be made. So go ahead, Mr. Superintendent.
So I just have one real quick one. Ms. Hayes over there wanted to recognize that this will be Shannon's last regular meeting with us, 34 years with the district. And the word trust came up today a couple of times, and the trust that the board has had in Shannon over the years, can't put a price on that, and the trust within the bargaining units as well. So I just want to say thank you very, very much. And I'm excited for whatever this new thing is. We get more details on it, but I'm excited for you. So thank you very much.
I have to piggyback on that, Ms. Hayes. I couldn't have done it without you. Honestly, I think, the budget and fiscal component was one of the most intimidating aspects of this job coming on board. And you made it possible. So thank you so much for all your support to me, to us, to everyone in this district. You will be sorely missed and we wish you nothing but the best.
I'd like to say something to you. Hey, when I started in 2012, you were assistant, and I seen the growth of your career, and it was amazing that you just stepped into that position and boom. And you're a natural teacher or professor of budget, and you have that knack and that charisma, and I enjoy working with you or listening to you and giving my input, whatever. Sorry to go.
With that, I will adjourn this meeting at 10. Oh, I'm sorry. That was an accident.
Yeah.
One more. I'm jumping ahead. Consideration of future agenda items. So, okay, sir.
I guess when's your last day? I was looking forward to the new Superintendent Tony Thurman disperses second payment of nearly $4 billion for learning recovery. That was announced April 6, 2023. And looks like we're going to get some, that 4 million all the way to 2027, 28. And because of the fact that the federal emergency grant is going to.
Mr. Bettis, as a reminder, this item is for proposed future potential agenda items.
So that will be covered.
Okay,
that will be-
future budget.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 10:24 p.m. Everybody drive safely. Thank you. Have a good night.